Hamati. I am delighted to welcome you to the Advertising and Audience Management for Digital Broadcast Media Summit. My name is Nonku Mkhize, and I am from Broadcast Media Africa. It is an honor to see so many esteemed colleagues and industry leaders gathered together for what promises to be an insightful and inspiring event. As we embark on this journey over the next 2 days, our focus will be on the dynamic landscape of digital broadcast media with rapid technological advancement and shifting audience behavior. It's more crucial than ever to stay ahead of the curve. This summit is a unique opportunity for us to explore and innovative strategies, share best practices, and forge meaningful connections that will help shape the future of our industry. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers, panel discussion, and interactive sessions designed to address the most pressing and challenging opportunities in advancing in advertising and audience management. I encourage you all to take full advantage of this experience that will be shared by everyone gathered here today. And also, let's engage in thought-provoking discussions and ask probing questions and challenge our current ways of thinking. This summit is not just about learning from the best, but also about collaborating and building a community of innovators and leaders. I would also like to extend a special thank you to our media partner, which is Channel Africa, and the rest of the team for their help in bringing this event together. Your support and commitment is invaluable. As we kickstart this summit, let's embark on the opportunity to learn, connect, and innovate. I am confident that together we will uncover new paths and to success in the ever-evolving world of digital broadcast media. Thank you all for being here, and I wish you a productive and well 2 days. To kickstart things off today, please help me welcome a man that needs no introduction to many of us, Mr. Benjamin Pius, the CEO of Broadcast Media Africa.
Nonku, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know Nonku says that I need no introduction. Of course, I do. If I haven't met you before, can I see your hands up? See, Nonku, I do need introduction. Right, my name is Benjamin Pius. I'm the publisher and CEO of Broadcast Media Africa, and we are the convener of this industry event. And I want to welcome you again. I know Nonku has done quite a bit to make you guys feel welcome, but on behalf of the team, Nonku and the guys that put this together, I want to warmly welcome you to this very crucial meeting. Over the next 2 days, we will be delving into critical issues that concerns the bread and butter of our industry, our audiences. How well do we know them? How well don't we know them? And what can we do to make sure that we know them well and we can then monetize the knowing of our audiences? But before we go into that, guys, I have this thing I do. You will forgive me. I always know, doing a lot of these conferences, that we bring people together from far and wide, far and near, length and breadth of the continent. People are here from Zambia, from Ghana, of course from South Africa, from Tanzania. And yet when we come here, we tend to sit on our own and sort of stay with the people that we come here with. So I like to take 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to do what I call speed networking. I know it was on the agenda that we're going to do networking, but I've been making note that when people come in, they sort of handshake. The ladies sitting next to, on the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 row, I'm sure they came together. They were sort of been talk. Okay, all right, that is what we're here for. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind me, can I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, can we please stand up and go around the room and say hello to each other, get to know each other. Don't stick with the people you come in for. Speed networking. Find out who the next person is, where they come from, and so on and so forth. And then we come back, and then we can start. Okay? Not the person sitting next to you. Find the person at the end of the corner. All right. Thank you, guys. Colleagues, let's, now that we've gotten to know each other, at least now we have a sense of who is in the room. Madam Daprosha from TBC, I'm going to fine you $50 if you don't go back. How are you doing, madam? Good to see you again. Right, so let's go into the reason why we're here today. I'm going to, in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to share with you the results, a briefing on the results of the survey that we've done on this area. Then after that, I'm going to also start. By the way, I'm the showrunner today, so you're going to be seeing plenty of me today and tomorrow. All right, so I'm going to be running most of the items today. After that, I will be having a conversation, a very important conversation with a good colleague of mine. He's the director for content with ZNBC, Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation. And what we want to talk about is to look at what the broadcasters actually want. I know in the room we have broadcasters. I know in the room we have agencies. We have marketing people in the room. And we want to find out what broadcasters actually want. We'll be having that conversation with him. I'm sure you will have plenty of questions to also ask. Please, let's make it as interactive as possible. And then we'll be doing a couple of panel discussions. We will be looking more into how you know your audience, what are the experiences in the field, and the accuracy of audience data in a multi-platform environment. We will also be looking at issues that relate to actual sales and marketing scenarios for success. And we will also be talking about issues relating to how we end up protecting customers and the issue relating to privacy. It's an impactful day today. I'm sure you will realize by the end of the day. And we will have fun doing it. But when I mean fun, I mean we will all be together in an interactive mode. So without much ado, let me start by saying that not quite a while ago, Broadcast Media Africa, the organization that I lead, we do these surveys. We speak to broadcasters. So Broadcast Media Africa, just by way of introduction, for those of you that aren't broadcasters, that don't know us that much, we have a mandate to organize the broadcasting sector in Africa. We have broadcasters in our network, going to 150 of them, that is individual organizations, and thousands of broadcast media professionals from across Africa are in our network. So what we do is we help them to understand what is going on in the industry in Africa and also outside of the continent. We help them to be able to reach out to fellow broadcasters. So if you are not yet a member of Broadcast Media Africa, this is your opportunity. It's free to join. You will have plenty of opportunity to meet and see and network with broadcasters from across the region. I'm sure most of you do get our daily newsletters where we talk about news and information and reports on what's going on in the industry. But the most important thing that we also do is we do a ton of research that pertains to issues that we are talking about in some of our events. And one of the research we've done, one of the survey we've done, is to look at audience management from the broadcaster's point of view. As you will see, majority of the people who spoke to our broadcasters. Now, why am I showing you this? I want to show you this to set the tone for our conversation here today and tomorrow, so that we can understand where the broadcasters are basically sitting at. What is it that their pain points are? And how is it that collectively as as an industry, as stakeholders in this industry, we can assist the people that are actually providing the content to the end users. We can assist them to be able to understand audience measurement and by extension, being able to monetize it. It may be through advertising or through sponsorship or what have you. Guys, I will need a handheld microphone if that is available, please, because I need to be able to come off and walk freely. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? All right, fantastic. So why did we do this survey? Again, this survey, we did it because we wanted to talk to the broadcasters, who are the guys that are mainly what I would call our constituents, if you want to use that political pun. We did it to gain insight into the current audience management practices and challenges across Africa. And also, we wanted to find out how is the shift in audience behavior affecting the way that they are currently producing and putting out their content, and what sort of technologies are they actually interacting with. Now, I have to say this. Okay, let's go to the next one. So, who did we survey? We surveyed. Well, we sent the survey out to a ton and ton of people, but we had responses from upward of 3,000 broadcasters and other members of the industry. Am I supposed to go down or up? Yeah, okay. Am I doing it wrongly, guys? Right. Which one is it? The left one? Thank you. Right. So, who we surveyed? So, as you can see, 70% of them are broadcast media executives that responded to our survey. 10% are content publishers, 15% ad house agencies, and others. Now, it's important to note at this point that what I'm going to be presenting here is my take. It's not the depth of the survey. If you need the actual full survey report, please reach out to us. We'll give it to you. As part of you being here, it is free. Okay? But this is just because I want to tell a story. I want us to tell a story together. That's why I'm putting this together. So, executive leadership, managerial, and operational. That's the percentages. 40% from West Africa, I don't know if you can see, 20% for Southern Africa, 25% from East Africa. These are just to set the context of where we got our survey from. Now, what did we ask them? We asked them, one, about their current practices, and we asked them a ton of questions regarding that. Information about your current audience measurement methods, how frequently do you update your audience measurement data, and so on and so forth. We also wanted to know how they think, or what they think about the accuracy and reliability of their audience measurement systems. We also had the ton of questions that surrounds it, audience engagement, ton of questions that surrounds it, regulatory support. You will see from the response that they gave. Why were we asking people about regulatory support? Because broadcasters complain, and you will see in the response, do you get enough support from the regulators when it comes to the most important thing that you are doing, which is to understand your audiences? And then we'll ask them about future outlook. Now let's look at some of the things that what they came back with, which is the most important thing in this presentation. How much of your sales and marketing budget do broadcasters across Africa allocate towards audience measurement solutions? If we all say audience measurement is an issue, how much do you guys, broadcasters, which we represent, how much do they put aside? Less than 5%. Majority. Not sure, cannot say. Second majority. Now, if you pull those two together, and you're looking at a scenario where 60% of the people that are running the broadcast media industry, especially people that are in the marketing and sales department of broadcast media industry, basically allocating less than 5% to knowing their audiences. Or they don't even know. This is essential for us to understand where the broadcasters are at, where they are at. Because if we don't know where these guys are at, especially those of us that are ad agencies, or those of us that are marketing agencies that want to get broadcasters on board, if these guys don't have the budget, you have to find another way to work with them. What challenges do you encounter in obtaining reliable data measurement data in your country? We asked them that. 30% were talking about insufficient or deficient infrastructure to support effective AM tools. We had an unpack on that one. But what I think they were saying here, because obviously they understood the question because we explained it to them. What people are saying here, what folks are saying here, broadcasters are saying here is they don't have the infrastructure. Infrastructure is not in play. The few broadcasters that are here, you'll have to be looking at it from the point of view, this speaks to me, right? Second issue, which is 55% of the people that we spoke to, is the financial burden. Maybe we don't know our audiences because we don't do the investment. Maybe we don't do the investment because we don't have the money. Then it becomes a vicious circle. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we, when we are talking about this, what solutions are we going to find out and are we going to propose to help the guys that are broadcasting to be able to do their jobs properly? If broadcasters don't have support of regulators, when they try even to, within their meager resources, to do stuff, if they don't have support of regulators, what are we talking about? When someone says they're unsure, for me, for us, when we look at feedback from people that don't know, maybe because they do know, they just don't want to respond one way or another, mostly because it's not supportive, so they say they're not sure. I put this slide up because if you say you don't know, 50% of broadcasters mostly don't know. How can you say that? So I'm assuming that you know, but you are saying that it ties into the fact that it affects your revenues. We all know. When you say you don't know as a broadcaster, is it because it affects your revenue and you don't want to declare it? I'm taking it as such. Every broadcaster, every content publisher, everybody that works in our industry, I was fully well aware that if we don't know our audiences, or if we don't know the intricacies of how to know our audiences, it impacts on the revenue that we generate. I'm well aware that in this part, for example, within the SABA folks, 90% of the guys that are members of SABA are what we call not state-owned, the public-owned broadcasting organizations. they get bulk of their funding from government or governmental sources or from state sources. But still, you ought to know that your audiences drives revenue, one way or another. Right, so this is a bit about content. What content strategies have you implemented to adapt to changing audience behavior? When I get 70% of data-driven content creation, and that is the reason why we are here, I scratch my head. How is that? How do we position that? Does that even make sense? Right? Focus on streaming and content delivery. I suppose people answer the questions you give them in terms of the options you give them. But as broadcasters, when we say data-driven content creation, what does that mean? What does that mean? We will have some conversations about that before the end of this conference. Now, these are just the standard fair question that you ask. What method do you currently use for audience measurement in your operations? Voila, diary method is still way by far. But I'm beginning to think, in this day and age, where is issues regarding artificial intelligence, issues regarding blockchain, use of blockchain in our systems, is that too far off for us as broadcasters in Africa? Where is diary method going to take us to in this digital system that we are going to be in? Why is it so low, the mobile surveys, or using mobile phones as surveys? Why is it so low that we are even not that engaged with social media analytics in this day and age? Those are the kind of questions we want to ask ourselves at this conference. When you then compare those answers to what we have here, what metrics do you find most valuable in measuring audience engagement? We have viewer ratings and reviews. No big news there. You have social media analytics. But I have 10% of people say they are using social media analytics already, which means the folks understand the benefits of this. So what are those things that are blocking them from being able to use it? Because if 25% says they actually would like to use it, but only 10% are currently using it, we need to unlock what are those things that is stopping broadcasters or content publishers across the continent for being able to produce, to use these kind of tools that they said they find it very, very important in the scheme of things. This is just what people throw out at us when we ask them what emerging technologies they think will be at play. But it's all well and good listing all this stuff. Do we have what it takes to use them? Do we even know how they work? Okay? These are the questions we want to ask in the course of the following couple of days. And hopefully, sitting here as an industry expert, you can help us answer these questions or ask even more intriguing questions for the industry, especially the broadcast people that are here, to take away with. Okay? It's what we found. You might agree with it. You might question it. It might have triggered some other matters in your mind. But this is the state of play in our industry today across Africa. And hopefully, over the course of the next couple of days, some of these will have been answered or even more questions generated for us to take back to our different locations and beginning to find answers. That is why we are here. And again, thank you for listening. Thank you very much, and we'll go to the next presentation. Thank you, guys. Right. So we have a conversation I want to ask. Following this presentation on the survey that we have done, I want you now to welcome my very good friend, Ngenda Kamayoyo. Ngenda is the director for content for ZNBC, Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation. Ngenda, you might join me here, please. Thank you. Can we please give him a round of applause? I think I need another mic. I have one here. Hi, Ngenda, how are you?
Hello, good morning. I'm all right.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
All right. So we're here to talk about issues. You are a broadcaster. I'm sure you will introduce yourself more to the audience. We're here to talk about issues as it concerns what you guys are doing with regards to audience management, monetization of audiences, and advertising. And like I said to you, we are not actually going to be too focused on what you are doing, but your thoughts about what you see across the channel, across the industry, and what is currently happening. But first, can you tell the audience a little bit more about yourself?
All right, good morning. My name is Ngenda Kamayoyo, as introduced. I work for the national broadcaster in Zambia, the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation. My official title is Director Programs, but sometimes I think it creates a bit of confusion in terms of understanding what I do. So Benjamin and his team insist on retitling what I do to Director Content. Yeah. So I have been with the national broadcaster for just slightly over a year. I joined them in March last year. And before that, I worked with a number of private television stations within Zambia. I started with Mobi Television back in 2008 before I joined Movie TV in 2010. And thereafter, I joined Diamond Television in 2018 before I moved to where I am today. So that's a little bit about me.
Yeah, you have checkered history. And what is the difference? Forgive my ignorance. What is the difference between a director of content and a director of programs in your world?
Absolutely no difference. It's just the title. It's just the title.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So here we're going to be talking about audiences. Okay. In ZNBC, the company that you represent, how do you guys handle the issue of audience management currently? And speak to the point of the fact that you are a public or state-owned broadcast organization, because, like I said, majority of the people from the Saba region are on that platform. But you still have to deal with audiences. How do you approach the issue of audience management and knowing your audiences before we start going into the challenges that you are facing and how you are resolving it?
All right. So we have a research unit within the corporation, which is charged with, among other things, generating research on our audiences. Okay, so they tend to do surveys from time to time. Like currently at the moment, we do have the Agriculture and Commercial Show that is running. That is one of the avenues where we generate quite a lot of data because a number of people from across the country travel. So that gives us a good pool from which to sample and understand our audience behaviors. So in a nutshell, to answer your question, is it's driven by a research unit that sits within our marketing department.
Right, and obviously that then drives the research unit, puts together the research. And so what drives what? Do you tell them, look, listen, this is what you need to research because we are doing this program? Or is it they come to you and say, look, this is what we have found based on the research we have been doing that needs to drive the kind of programs that you guys create?
Yeah, so it goes both ways, all right? So they generate information sometimes driven by what the clients would be looking for. But at other times, we as content also give them parameters in terms of what it is we're looking for. Usually when we introduce new programs, we want to understand how our audiences are receiving these programs. So we would then ask them to do an audience research so that we are able to know who is watching the program, different kinds of characteristics of the audiences that are watching the program, the numbers, and then that helps us decide whether we should continue with those programs or not.
All right. Now, when you're doing those research, currently you see the list of the methods that has been put up from the survey. From your point of view, which method do you guys use, or do your research people use? Are they using the diary method, or are they using more the mobile method? Are they using more the current innovative type of methods that are coming up lately? Which one are you guys using the most in Zambia?
While it is a mix, the leading method which the research unit uses is face-to-face interviews.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. So I want to unpack that a little bit. You have a Sage children's program that you are putting up. How does that, in reality, how does that work with the face-to-face interview? Do you go out in the streets, or do you call people up? No, you can't call them up. You do face-to-face interview. Is this just go knocking on people's door? How does that work from yours point of view?
So I think with this, then we should be then getting into the challenges, as it were. Yeah. So the point about it is, research costs money, and it is expensive. I think we would be grouped into those who responded as allocating less than 5% of their marketing budget towards research. So what the research unit does is to look for opportunities such as the Agriculture and Commercial Show, which is currently happening, opportunities where you know you are going to get a sample that is representative of the entire country and not just the capital city, for example. Yes. So it is in those settings where you are able to then walk to people who are attending that event and ask them if they would like to participate in the research. Otherwise, if we were to do a full-blown door-to-door sort of approach, the cost would be prohibitive.
Okay.
Yes.
I suppose you then have to you have to extrapolate from what you get from.
Exactly.
Do you currently carry advertising as ZMBC? Do you have ads on your shows?
Yes, we do.
So you generate money, you generate revenue from ads.
Yes.
What's the percentage of your revenues that comes from advertising now?
Over 70%.
Okay.
Over 70% of our revenue.
Over 70%.
Comes from advertising.
Now, here's the reason why I'm asking this, and this is the reason why we're here, advertising and audience management. If, for example, 70%, that's a large chunk. That's if you can't make that work, then you're in trouble, right? As an organization. So how do you satisfy, or are your advertisers satisfied with the data you are giving them from the shows that you are doing terms of your audiences? Are they satisfied with your audience management schematics? Are they satisfied with it? Because if they keep coming back to you, that's because they must be happy with what you're doing.
Yes, absolutely. So the data that our research unit produces is just a fraction of the information that is out there. We also work with independent data producers, such as the Zambia Statistics Agency, as well as the telcos regulator, ZICTA. So they also have their own data in terms of access to broadcasting services. And the data does tend to tally with what our research unit produces. So it is credible, and it does, yes, build confidence in our advertisers. To an extent, it also causes us a bit of a challenge in the sense that we run 3 television stations. Essentially, there are 4, but the other one is really for educational content.
That's ZMBC 1, 2, 3? Or
yes, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Yes. So what this, in essence, tends to do is crowds a lot of the content that we're supposed to be pushing out on the TV1, because most of the advertisers want to place their ads on TV1, particularly during the 19 hours news. That is our main news bulletin. So that does create a bit of a problem for us because there's so much space elsewhere, but everyone wants to be
on that belt. Yeah.
On that belt, exactly.
Okay, let me see. Anybody in the audience have any questions for Mr. Kamayoyo? Yes. I will take it in block. So do I have another person? Yes, now I have 2. Can we please, colleagues, can we please mention our names, the organizations that we are with, so that everybody can, then you can ask your questions, and also for the camera too, as well.
All right, good morning. JP here from Channel Africa. I'm a bit intrigued by you saying or stating that due to your research, you were able to gauge that the audience is satisfied by the content that you are putting out. And why I'm intrigued is that, obviously, if you look at Zambia, the internet penetration rate is just over 30%, right? In terms of people who have access to internet, and also just taking into account maybe the economical structures and the various societies that you have. Is the satisfaction that you are making mention of due to the lack of access to internet and funds to subscribe to various other contents, or is it solely due to the quality of content that you are producing?
All right. I think you might have misunderstood. When we're talking about the satisfaction, the question was with regards to the advertisers in terms of the data that we're sharing with them, in terms of the audiences that we have on the platforms. It did not refer to the audiences themselves giving feedback in terms of the content that we're putting out for them to consume.
Okay, so when you speak of audiences coming back, are you referring to the advertisers or the people that consume the content?
So the question was the advertisers coming back.
Okay.
But if I press on your question, if you don't mind answering it, he's trying to find out when the audience come back, right? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, what I want to understand is the audience engagement that you do have from the public at large and the variety of content or the quality of content that you put out. Do people consume and stay glued to the content due to the quality, or is it a lack of access to other content?
So...
Like, if you only have the choice to watch SABC 1, 2, and 3, for instance, in South Africa, and you cannot afford Netflix and Showmax, it's not to say that you are actually satisfied by the content that is being put out. It's the lack of access or the ability to consume.
So what's your name, sir?
Content.
Again, what's your name, sir?
JP, sir.
JP. So I don't think you will expect him to sit here and actually get himself fired when he goes back home by saying to you that it's not the quality. But don't let me speak for you.
Yeah, that's a fair question. I'm not sure I have all the answers, but when you look at the content that we are putting out, it is varied. As a national broadcaster, we need to cater to the needs of the entire population. And in terms of challenges, as a national broadcaster, we do face the real challenge of acquiring content because that costs a lot of money. So in terms of the information side, I think that is where we can pride ourselves as being the leaders in the market. Our audiences will always come back to us because if it is not on the national broadcaster, they want to question it. Mm-hmm. But it is not just information that we are supposed to, disseminate to our audiences. We also need to educate, we also need to entertain. It is on the entertainment side, where we can probably say we are limping because we do not have a huge content budget to satisfy the needs, the entertainment needs of our audiences. Yes. So to answer your question, as far as information is concerned, our audiences definitely keep coming back, not because they don't have any other alternative. There are so many other private stations out there that are churning out information. But they will always,
they trust you more.
They'll trust us, yes. When it comes to entertainment, that is a different question. Some of our audiences, those who cannot afford the Netflix, the DSTVs, as it were, will obviously stay with us, not because that is their first choice in terms of what they want to watch, but because they don't have those alternatives that you're talking about. But that's not to say all the entertainment content that we are putting out is being consumed simply because there are no options. Absolutely.
Before I go to the gentleman there, just a quick one. With ZMBC, do you know, in terms of the total number of audience that you say that you have, do you have a figure, maybe a ballpark?
Yes, so roughly, the Zambian population is at 20 million. About half of that population are adults. And in terms of television, 6 million people have access to our television channels on a daily basis. In terms of radio, for Radio 1, which is the highest pooling, we have around 5 million people who have access to our Radio 1 channel. For Radio 2, it goes down to around 3 million, and for Radio 4, it's around 2 million. And for Radio 4, the reason is because it is not nationwide in comparison to Radio 1 and 2. It is only restricted to the line of rail.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, gentleman there.
Good morning. My name is Mohau Busiu. I'm from the SABC. My question is on your segmentation method. And the reason for that question is I'm trying to understand how you balance the correlation between programming and advertising. So I'll give you an example with the SABC, the TV channel. So we would have S1, S2, S3. If I were to segment them, the S3 would be more premium for the affluent market. S2 is family, focusing on the home. And then the S1, loosely would say, is for the mass market. So you are saying you are seeing a challenge with advertisers wanting to come to your channel 1, I think that's how you mentioned it, mostly because of maybe news and politics. Perhaps it's because most of your news channels are there. I don't know, but I'm trying to understand how are you doing the segmentation of the 3 channels in relation to attracting advertisers. Thank you.
Yes, so I think it's pretty similar with us as well. So our TV1 is more the mass market. It's more the public service broadcaster. When TV2 was created, it was created with the intention to compete with the private TV stations that were coming up on the market, to sort of provide more of the local content, to provide more of the community news, to provide more of the entertainment content. So that is what it is built as. However, realizing that vision is what has been a challenge because of the content budget, which is lacking. TV3 was conceptualized initially as a religious channel, but it had to be reconceptualized because it wasn't faring very well in that sense. So now TV3, we are running it in partnership with Topstar, and we are pushing it out more as a lifestyle channel with a lot of sports content as well. So really what should drive these channels is the content and the ability to push the content that is supposed to reflect the content which is supposed to reflect the channel definition. So you will find that challenge because TV1 is living up to what it is supposed to be, but the other channels are struggling due to the lack of that content budget.
All right. Now, because now I've got to be wrapping up this session, I want to delve into the challenges, but I want to ask you a question. It might be controversial, but forgive me. Do you think that broadcasters generally take audience in Africa context? Do we take audiences for granted?
I wouldn't say broadcasters take audiences for granted.
Because if the context to my question is, if a large variety of broadcasters are spending, and you probably alluded that that will include you, 5% of your marketing budget to knowing someone that actually is your end customers. And then you are telling me that we don't take them for granted, or you don't take them for granted.
No.
Can you rationalize that?
No. So it's really a question of costs and the availability of the budgets. It is not a question of we don't see the value in this, so we will not invest in it. No. It's just a question of availability. And that is why there are other efforts that are being put in place other than our own in-house, interventions to try and understand the audiences, partnerships with other data-generating institutions. Yes. We can never take audiences for granted because without audiences, broadcasters cannot exist.
No, of course not.
We exist for the audiences.
Of course not. I know that there is George. Is George, Mr. Lotome? Can we get the mic to my friend from the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation? Because I want you to weigh in some of these things. Because I'm hearing from ZNBC now, and the reason, if someone like you is here, I think the mic is there. I would like to also ask you the same question. So, first, George, you are the marketing director for GBC, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Right. Does it speak to you? 5% of your marketing budget goes to audience, knowing your audience. Is that correct? From the Ghana's point of view?
Well, from Ghana's point of view, I won't say that is correct. I mean, we are not pushing 5% of that into it. We're doing a little bit more because Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, in terms of trying to get our own data on audience, I mean, we came to the table late, but we're trying to do a bit more. I share in his thoughts on some of the issues because we are also running about 7 TV channels, but then we...
7?
7,
okay.
Yes. And they are all clearly positioned for specific things. But then the channel 1, which is the GTV, which is our public service channel, is the one that almost all advertisers want to be on. You get it?
Wow,
Yeah, so
okay.
it makes it a bit difficult getting content on the others. But then we're also trying to get right strategies to make sure that we meet,
So what Genda has been saying all along tallies with what your experience is in Ghana.
Yeah, I'll say so.
But with the entertainment bit as well, do you share that frustration too?
Clearly, yes, it's the same. Entertainment content is expensive. And I was having a chat this morning with my colleague. In Ghana, with regards to entertainment content, reality TV is selling, but that is expensive. So the stations that are able to invest highly in that, yes, tend to be winning. But for us, we don't have that kind of budget because our mandate is also not just to entertain, but do a lot of information and education. And we're doing that, making sure that even people who live outside, in the margins of Ghana, get our content. So we are forced to do some content that really cannot be commercialized, like the other private stations. So we are a bit challenged, but we're keeping heads above water and we're fighting hard to make sure that at least we balance it.
And just for context as well, for the audience, your audience numbers in total, about Zambia is about 6 million. What's Ghana's?
I may not be accurate, but will be a bit more than that.
More than that, yeah. Right? Okay, okay, awesome. And finally, do you agree or do you accept that we might be taking audiences for granted at times because we don't do a lot to know them too much as broadcasters in general in Africa?
No, that is true. We've taken them for granted for far too long. And it's gotten to the point that, yes, we have to sit up. And we're trying to do that now. Because if we can't really profile and understand them, how do we even know the kind of content to push to them? For them to even be on our site, for the advertisers to say, okay, that's the place to be. So yes, clearly we have to put in enough effort to make sure that we profile them right, understand them, know their needs, and then we satisfy their needs.
And that is why we are here, I suppose, for the next 2 days. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Ngenda, finally, I know you're going to be sitting around for the next panel, but if you are going to say a few words on what the future holds for ZNBC in terms of audience management and advertising and the monetization thereof, where is your head at on this one?
I think the future for ZNBC is quite bright. The challenges as far as finances are concerned really point to the way we are structured as an entity. Unlike other, public service broadcasters, we operate more like a hybrid between a public service broadcaster and, a commercial broadcaster, in the sense that most of our revenue is commercially driven, which really shouldn't be the case. As a public service broadcaster, our revenues are supposed to be driven by the public through a levy. Currently, what is obtaining is a TV levy, and we are working on amending the law, repealing and replacing the ZNBC Act to expand on that levy and call it a public service broadcast levy, so that we are able to draw in more resources. So with this expanded public service broadcasting levy, we can then start scaling down on the commercial side and really focusing on the people that matter, the people that are going to be financing our broadcasting drive. So with that said, we do expect to see a larger content budget, and that will be able to assist us in driving more entertainment content for the other channels, TV2, TV3, whereas TV1 remains the mandate channel, remains the channel that speaks to the mass audience.
Awesome.
So that being said as well, we do expect that we should then be able to set aside more resources for audience research.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please appreciate this young man for me? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, can I invite the following to join me as we go into the next session? The next session, we're going to be having this conversation with industry leaders and executives on ideas and pathways around knowing your audience in today's fragmented media environment. And might I invite to join me here, Gary Whitaker. Gary, can we please appreciate Gary as he joins us, please? Gary is the CEO for Broadcast Research Council of Southern Africa. Gary, how come I didn't recognize you, Gary? How are you? Good to see you. Yes. Yeah, I used to have a beard, in truth. Following Gary, I think we have some of the guys online. Are they still AV guys? The online guys, are they on? Should I introduce them? All right. So can I have joining me here, Francois right here. Francois, please. Can we give Francois a round of applause, please? Francois is the CEO of Iono FM. And last but not least, the lady in the house is Melissa Webb in the house. Oh, that's she. Melissa Webb, please. Can we please give Melissa a round of applause, please? Right. So I have no chair now. I will just join the group. I'll join the group in asking the questions. Do we all have the mics? I think, how many mics do we have? Right. Maybe we can kit up the young man there and. Right. Melissa, testing. Ah, see? Before I come to you and it doesn't work, can we do it again? Testing. So we can't hear her, so we need to be able to hear her. Hello? Yeah, I can see that. All right. So the way we do this is we've met you. So maybe we'll start with Francois. Just give us a little bit more introduction about yourself and the organization you work for, and then we will be able to get into the meat of things afterwards.
Hi, I'm Francois Retief. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and one of the founders of Iono.fm. We are an online streaming and podcasting platform. We work with numerous radio stations worldwide. Biggest in South Africa. We had about 12 million South African listeners on the platform last year. We don't work with SABC anymore, Prime Media, Gagasi, Heart, and pretty much everybody else. So from Media 24, TISO, DSTV, right through the radio stations, the Kagiso Group, AME, small stations, Radio Pulpit back there, glad to meet up with them, various community stations. So that gives us a very broad and unique view on South African and also on international trends around digital audio consumption.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Gary, is this working? What's the point of putting stuff in people's face that doesn't work?
Hello, everyone. I'm Gary Whitaker. I'm the CEO of the Broadcast Research Council of South Africa, the BRC, and we look after audience measurement in South Africa for the radio and television broadcasters via TAMS and RAMS. There are other various studies that we take to market from time to time, fusion studies, establishment surveys, etc. But yeah, we're very much entrenched in audience measurement and innovations in audience measurement, but also not necessarily throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because simplicity and things that have been done in the past that work don't necessarily need to be changed, but enhancement is always necessary. We live in a very challenging, changing environment, and that's at the forefront of what we do. We make sure that we cater to the industry as best that we can. Thank you.
Okay, and Melissa, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here today. I'm an associate director at Borderless Access, so we're a consumer research agency. My background has mostly been in the media space for a big broadcaster in Africa. So it's really exciting to be here today to talk about a fragmenting landscape and what that means for return path data, but also from kind of what we do more of is the consumer side of it and the surveys. So overlaying the return path data, the viewership data, with consumers' perceptions on what they're watching, what they like, what they don't like. So yeah, excited to be part of the panel today.
Fantastic. Thank you, panelists. Melissa, I'm going to stay with you if you don't mind. Borderless access, right? What does that mean?
So so I was speaking to someone the other day, actually. We're thinking, or we would like to think, that the research we can do is limitless. So where it starts off in terms of probably our biggest kind of strength is around the area that we're able to cover with consumer perceptions. So we build and run panels across the world.
Okay.
And we have the voice of 100 million consumers, including business to business and consumer.
Right.
So I think it really lies in the coverage that we're able to give.
It's borderless.
And technology, yes, it's borderless and limitless.
All right. Just to get the context as well, with regards to the work that you do, how does that relate to, for example, what broadcasters will be wanting and content publishers will be wanting? Because this event was built around them, broadcasters and content publishers. How is the work you do? What are the kind of services that you offer them, or what are the kind of solutions that you provide to them, considering the mindset that we contextualize in the presentation on the survey that we put up?
So from our perspective, we mostly focus on digital, so online access, online viewership, and gathering of consumer opinions digitally. The services we offer go from, we've talked, I think, earlier about segmentations. So we can go into kind of large-scale surveys really fast, so we can scale really quickly into any of the countries that we want to look at. And then we take that data and understand what that means for the business. So for example, if ZNBC were a customer, we would be doing, we'd be partnering with their research department that you spoke of. We would get into the field digitally and produce or analyze the perceptions around the viewership, understand satisfaction, for example, understand repeat perceptions, understand scheduling, and we could give that information to ZNBC for them to help optimize what they offer to the audience. Okay, excellent, excellent. I'll come back to you in a short while. Let me go to the man in the house, Gary. Gary, I mean, you do a lot of work with and for broadcasters in terms of the stuff you've been talking about. Now, let's go to the meat of it. Let's cut to the chase, Gary. When we say know your audience, what do you think people are talking about? What does that mean, that huge word, know your audience?
It's a very broad question. I'll try and not bore everyone. So when it comes to audience research in terms of what we do at the BRC, it really is about the what. So what is happening? And it's sheer numbers. It doesn't necessarily get into the why. Now, it's different for TV and radio. On the TV side, we do passive measurement via people meters. We have a sample of homes, and it's a traditional method that we've always used. Shortcomings are that we can only measure what happens on the television set. So if there's viewing via mobile devices, we don't currently capture that. That's something that we're in an implementation phase around with a software development kit. I'm not going to get into the technicalities of that, but all you need to know is that that's something that we're looking at incorporating, because we need to get a grip on viewership on alternative devices, because the broadcasters are losing audience. Yeah. Now, when it comes to content, there's a lot of inference that has to take place, because, like I said, we take care of the what. We don't take care of the why. So ratings go up.
What meaning This is what they're doing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So essentially for programs, channels, etc., we provide ratings. And your ratings go up and down. Why they go up and down,
you can't tell.
We can't tell currently.
When you say currently, what does that mean?
Well, we're always future focused.
Okay.
So in terms of the software development kit that we're looking at putting in place, there's going to be an alternative panel to the current panel that we have, and that's essentially an online panel. And we're looking at roughly 10,000 people as a panel for measuring alternative device usage. You now have access to these people. You now have the actions that they're taking, what they're doing, what they're consuming, how they're consuming it. The vision is to possibly go back to these people at a moment in time and ask the why. Introduce more qualitative methods into the study. Now, as was stipulated earlier, research is very costly. So this is not necessarily something that we can do on an ongoing basis, but if you plan correctly, there are dipsticks that you can have. You can have constant feeds into why certain things are happening very broadly. And if there are funds available from the broadcasters, you can dig down quite granularly into content, programs, time of day, etc. So there's a vision, but it's not. It's a vision.
It's coming.
It's coming. Yeah, exactly.
How close are we to realizing this vision from your point of view, where you are sitting?
Well, it's a phased approach. So implementing the SDK, I don't want to say it's fairly easy. Nothing in research is easy. There are always challenges. But in terms of getting an SDK in place, we're at quite an advanced level. There's a lot of background work that has to happen with the broadcasters themselves. It's less about the research supplier. They have everything that's ready to go. So implementation can occur, and like I said, it's a phased approach. So the first phase would be supplying a view of exactly the sheer number of viewing that's going on mobile devices, as well as across other platforms that aren't necessarily broadcasters. So we would get a bird's eye view of Netflix, YouTube, Disney Plus, etc. And the phase after that is then how do we incorporate that into the currency, into our current panel, and merging that data and fusing it. And that's where the additional panel comes into place. So that would be a phase 2.
Okay.
So we set up the SDK. We get the panel in place. There's a lot of testing that takes place. There's a fusion that occurs. And again, this would have to be a daily fusion that occurs because we have overnight ratings. So essentially, we supply data to the market overnight. And you get events data day after broadcast. Then you get program data 2 days after broadcast. And essentially, with the SDK, we'd probably have that implementation 3 days after broadcast. So there's a lot going on continually. All of this is different, though, to the radio side of the business, because on the radio side, that's claim data. So there, our main mode of interview is telephonic interviews. But we have a hybrid methodology in that we've incorporated online interviews as well as face-to-face, because there's certain segments of the market that we can't reach via telephonic interviews. Just like there are certain segments of the market we can't reach with online, and there's certain segments that we can't reach face-to-face. So it's very challenging. So you have to have the right mode for the right segment. Now, with the questionnaire, it's not just the what, it's also the why. But it's the why to an extent. There are many whys that the broadcasters ask, and with a telephonic interview, we have to keep that uniform across an online interview, across a face-to-face interview. But you always have to think about the time you're spending on the telephonic interview. So there are only so many why questions we can ask, but we look at refreshing those on a constant basis. So yeah, there on the radio side, because it's claim data, we're able to ask the why.
Okay. Just so finally, before I go to the other panelists, with BRC, how is it structured? Is the broadcast, are the members of your organization are broadcasters, right? And
that's correct.
You serve all of them equally?
Yes, that's correct. So in terms of the makeup of the BRC, it's TV and radio. So our board is 4 members from TV broadcasters, which are essentially all the TV broadcasters. On the radio side, there's an election process that occurs for three of the seats. The SABC has a guaranteed seat because they are the biggest player in terms of radio. And yeah, it's membership, and the way we're funded is via levy, so it's an advertising levy. So it's symbiotic. So the currency should work to make the broadcasters money, and the money that they make, the BRC gets back as a percentage to continue running the research.
So symbiotic, like you said. Thank you. I'll come back to you on some of the other issues, but thank you for that. Francois, if I come to you, sir. I mean, you run media stations, media organizations, both be digital or on the audio side of things. When it comes to when someone is talking to you about knowing your audience, what are the, like I asked Ngenda, what are those things that comes to your mind in terms of knowing your audience? What does that phrase mean to you? I know it's huge, it's broad, but from your point of view, what are those things that you will want to highlight? What drives knowing your audience in your world?
So just a small correction, we don't actually own the media assets. We are like a YouTube, so people subscribe with us.
Okay.
And I want to say we're in an interesting space because we're talking about cost. And something which I find interesting is that most of your online platforms, a good online platform has got very good analytics almost for free. So if you have one of our basic packages, which is 600, in actual fact, our commercial package is a little over 1,000 rands a month, which is like, what, $50. Now, that's probably a very small portion of your research budget. And for that, you get free distribution to all your listeners of an audio stream. And I was talking to Gary earlier, they've got huge challenges in terms of getting numbers and getting width of measurement. So in our case, you know, our large stations has got hundreds of thousands or millions of monthly listeners that we measure. So basically what we get on the digital side for the radio station, they will have the traditional broadcasting and then they will have the internet stream. And granted, the internet stream is typically more affluent. Yeah, it's your leading edge people. But what we get there, and what I almost get for free, is the amount of people that is listening at any point of time. So basically, there's a measurement around internet devices, IP addresses. We can see geographically where people are. We can, on high numbers, see the male-female split, the age split. We can see what time of day people are listening. We can see how long they listen before they drop off. We can see fascinating things like a Joburg station contacted me a while ago. They had a KZN presenter move over to them. And they said, listen, is this working? So we looked at the month before she joined and the month after. And I told them, you can see that this time slot where she broadcast went up by about 5 times in terms of the amount of listeners. And your total listenership on your platform went up by X%. And we can see that about half of those listeners are sitting in KZN. So you've basically now gained a whole new demographic. So I think the thing that makes me interesting around digital audio measurement is using these new digital skills, you know, just straightforward measurement with good reporting. You can combine things like AI if you want to, but even at the very basic level, you get a companion measurement element, which is real time. You know, you can see, you know, on a minute-by-minute basis what is happening, and which gives you all of this analytics for free, which you can then use to authenticate and enrich the other analytics that you're receiving.
Okay. Awesome, thank you. I know that I've been told that there is Steve Babaiko from Nigeria Online, the president of Association of Advertising Agencies of Nigeria. There he is. Mr. Babaiko, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for introducing me.
Awesome.
Happy to be here.
Yes, I just mentioned your name. And can you, before we go into what you have to say, can you just give us a little bit more context about who you are, what the organization that you work for is, and any other thing that you want the audience, the people in the house to know about you, sir?
Well, thank you so much. My name is Steve Babaiko, like you rightly said. I'm the group CEO of Extreme Group. Extreme Group is made up of Extreme Ideas with offices in about 6 countries and counting. We're a through-the-line advertising agency in Nigeria but we have our tentacles beginning to spread across Africa. Actually, I'm the immediate past president of the Association of Advertising Agencies of Nigeria, which is the umbrella body that looks after the advertising agencies in the country. But I'm also the president of the International Advertising Association Nigeria chapter. And I'm really, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quickly stay with you, then I'll come to you, my lady. And then I haven't forgotten about you, Mr. Kamayoyo. I just assume that they've had a lot from you. Maybe you take a rest a bit. Mr. Babaeko, what is the lay of the land when we talk about audience measurement in Nigeria?
Well, I mean, audience measurement in Nigeria, I would say it's been going on for a while, because absolutely, I saw one of the gentlemen spoke about the where, when, how, and all of the reasons why we actually need to have audience measurement. So we've had some major players here doing great work. Talk about Kantar, Nielsen, Geopol, Ipsos, and even our own local tool, which is the Media Planning Service, the MPS. So we have a couple of those tools to work with, but Nigeria is a very large country, like we may all know, over 200 million people, and the culture is actually quite stratified all over the place. So the culture from the north and the audience you find in the northern part of Nigeria that is predominantly Muslim is different from what you find in the south. And even when you come to the south, you have to now start to delineate between the southwest, the south-south, and the southeast, which are totally different people in terms of demographics, psychographics, and lifestyle, basically. So, but recently, what's the most interesting thing that has happened of recent is the federal government of Nigeria decided to set up an audience measurement team. It's a task force that's supposed to now go granular when it comes to audience measurement, because I think the government felt that we really need to know intimately who is doing what, who is watching what, so that we can create more room for the advertising business to be able to thrive. And that's why they set up that task force. I'm actually a member of that task force. And I think we're rounding up all of our reports now. Hopefully we should be able to take off in the next couple of months. But it's been interesting because you have to really know who the people you're talking to are, because if you don't know them, then how are you able to get the right messaging across to them? And for us on the advertising side, it becomes even more crucial, because if you don't know who you're talking to, it's almost like winking in the dark. You don't know, you know what you're doing, but the people you're talking to, if you don't know them, then it makes no sense. Then what kind of messaging should you be crafting to target those people, which is why it's important. And even where can you find them, especially in a very fragmented media landscape that we found ourselves in because of all of the disruption happening with technology. Before, you know, if you put your ad on TV, on radio, out of home, you're likely to be able to nail your target audience, no matter how broad they are. But now, the screens are getting more. The younger generation, they are either in video games or whatever. So where do you find them? Where do you even find them? Normally, back in the days in Nigeria in the 80s or early 90s, there are major soap operas that, you know, if you put them on TV, everybody, including the touts on the streets, will be home watching. Family bell time, like around 8 p.m. On Sunday night, you know that everybody's at home watching either Behind the Cloud or any of Kokoro at Dawn or any of those major series that used to be the vogue back then. But today, nobody cares. You don't even know whether they're on cable, whether they're on terrestrial, whether they're listening to radio or just on the internet or with their phone. So the need for audience measurement has become even more crucial in Nigeria now more than ever before.
Thank you, sir. I will come back to you with just to get a sense on the advertising landscape as well with regards to what you've been talking about. I'll come back to you. Just rest easy for me, Mr. Babaeko. I'll come back to you, but I need to ask my lady Melissa a question with regards to, and then you can pick up on the what we've been talking about in terms of the audience. Remember, I want to go into the issue of the fragmentation of media. what your take is, and how is that impacting the ability to know the audience that are becoming more and more sophisticated and are not just going to hang about if, because media is fragmented. But before that, I want to also ask people in the house, if you have any questions, I will be coming and asking you to raise your questions or comments just now. But Melissa, what do you say to this?
So I think focusing on what the outcome is of a fragmented audience is that it raises the bar for everybody in terms of who's playing from an advertiser perspective, from a broadcaster perspective, digital or satellite. So I think understanding why this has happened is really important, and knowing that it's going to keep happening. So competition is just going to get more people's internet access is going to get higher. We're going to live in a more competitive place from a costing perspective for OTT streaming services. So the idea that we need to understand our consumers better is something that I think as an industry is something really big to tackle, and I don't think there's one answer in terms of how that may be possible. I think as many people are in this room here, we could think of many different ways, pieces of research, digital technology that would help us to do that. But I think if I look at it from a consumer lens and looking at this fragmentation and trying to understand it, segmentations are one way to do that. But it's really more, because that obviously gives us a demographic perspective. So a big media player currently in Africa uses a demographic-based segmentation. If we look at what it means from a psychographic perspective and understanding our consumers at that level, which is a lot harder, it does cost more, it's harder to get those opinions, and it's that understanding of why people are doing things, as Gary mentioned. So that lens of the consumer, what they want, and also sometimes the consumer not knowing what they want or why they do things. Also not being able to predict what is going to happen. So for example, return path data can tell us what was popular, even if it's a day later. I mean, that's almost in the moment. But it can't tell us what's going to become popular. It's not kind of a trend, it's not a trend analysis or a cultural analysis. So I think the fragmentation is something that's not going to go away, and I think it's really interesting to have this panel discussion today to think about different ways, as I said, from a digital perspective, but then overlaying that with what our customers or consumers, potential consumers, really want and need.
Ngenda, if fragmentation is here to stay, how is that going to impact the work you do? How is that going to impact the work an average broadcast organization do? Because broadcasting is shifting, isn't it? From the traditional way we know it to digital and then AI-infused broadcasting elements. But stay with the fragmentation. How is that impacting? What's your sense on how does it impact ability to know your audience and ability to serve them and then monetize off of them?
I think to a large extent, what we will need to depend upon going into the future is research. When you talk about fragmentation, I would like to give an example of what we are currently witnessing at ZNBC, particularly with regards to our online platforms. So we have a Facebook page, which currently has over 900,000 followers. This page has been in existence for over 2 years. Probably much more than 2 years, but...
Did you say 9,000 or 900,000?
900,000,
okay.
Over 900,000. We have a YouTube channel as well, which has also been in existence for over 2 years, and we're talking about 115,000 followers there. Then last year, we opened an X account. That was in May. And we only have about 900 followers there. We haven't even hit 1,000 in over a year. Then come this year, in May, we open up a TikTok account. And in just 2 months, we are at 114,000. So in just 2 months on TikTok, we've been able to get the same kinds of numbers of viewers, followers, as we have on our YouTube page. So the question then becomes, what is driving this? We need research to be able to help us understand this audience behavior. Our guess is probably the bite size in terms of content. Because on all these platforms, it's basically the same content that we're pushing out. It's mainly news content that we're pushing out on these platforms. So why is TikTok responding much quicker than the others? Our guess is the content is snappy, short, to the point. But that is not to discount the other platforms. We need to understand how.
Sorry, Ngenda, let me come in there real quick. Do you know, to the granularity that you can, obviously you should be able to know who is on TikTok, who's watching your programs on TikTok. You can identify them because you can, or don't you?
I think it is possible. I'm not sure if that has been done, but I think it should be possible. But tedious, I should expect. So it still points back to the research, like I said. You know, there's going to be need for that research. Where are the intersections? I don't think these communities of audiences are discrete. You could have somebody on TikTok who is also following you on YouTube, and maybe not Facebook. You know, so where are these intersections? What is driving this behavior? Somebody can catch a short piece of content on TikTok and want to get the full interview maybe on YouTube. So we need to understand how these audience behaviors, you know, speak to each other. Because beyond these social media platforms, we also have streaming services, such as the StarTimes own app. And at any given time, you'll still find audiences streaming there, at the same time that they're streaming on Facebook, and at the same time that they're streaming on the Airtel TV app as well. So we need to understand how these audiences, you know, are interacting and what it means in terms of the segmentation. So yes, this fragmentation is here with us, and research will really help us to understand how best to manage these audiences.
No, we ain't going back. Media is totally fragmented. It's not going to be gone back to the age where you have, you know, a monolith. There are so many media outlets out there. There are so many media platforms out there that we need to start thinking as broadcasters how we begin to know what audience goes to what media platforms, and how you can reach them and how you can monetize off of them. Do I have any questions for the panel so far? From any questions? Yes, one. Okay, let me come to you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Morning, everyone. Mangoba Mazia from Eswatini TV in Swaziland, currently known as Eswatini. So maybe it's not a question. I will maybe like to get some clarity on what is currently happening in our broadcasting station. So I've just recently joined the Eswatini TV. I'm from a research company known as ESEPAC. So when I got there, we have no data. We don't know who is watching, the demographics, and nothing informs us on what to broadcast, for who, where, and maybe how. So every panelist made mention of research, and the first panelist made a comment of engaging or establishing a research unit within the organization. So with these innovative methods of gathering information,
is it safe to get the information there, or as a Swatini TV, or we just have to go to the field to get the baseline data so that we build on, we know what to broadcast for who, where, and when? Because it is also hindering on the marketing aspect. The revenues are very disappointing because whenever the clients would want to place adverts, they would require the statistics, which we currently do not have. So what is the best possible way of getting the data? Is it depending on the innovative ways of getting data or the traditional one of going to the field through a survey? Thank you.
So, Gary, what is the best, I mean, because you do this for broadcasters here in this country, Makumba, right? Matumba, sorry if I pronounce your name really badly. He's from Eswatini and he wants to find out what are the best way to do this. How would you advise?
There are a number of ways, and unfortunately, budget becomes one of your biggest obstacles to get over. So if I was to assume that you had a fairly large budget, I'd recommend that you have some form of passive measurement. And again, I'd have to look at what's going on in Swaziland in terms of internet penetration, access to mobile phones, etc., because that weighs in on what your passive measurement might be. So on the more expensive side, passive measurement would be you'd have a panel of homes. They would represent the TV universe of Swaziland, so you'd have to establish the universe. So your first port of call would be an establishment survey. And your establishment survey can either establish the entire market in terms of all media, or you can focus on television. So there you want to get a sense of pay, non-pay, streaming, etc. Once you have the lie of the land, and again, I'm saying this is the expensive option, you would you'd have an RFP or an RFQ, and you get a supplier. They'd have their own equipment that they would put into households in Swaziland, depending on the size of the panel that you would have. And you'd begin measurement. And again, you'd have to coordinate, how do you pay for that measurement? Do your advertisers pay? Do the broadcasters pay? Does everyone pay? In this day and age, collaboration and I'd say collaboration and passive measurement, especially for television, in some way or another, are the key words that you have to use here, because collaboration means that you have many different budgets coming to the party. There are many different revenue streams, rather than looking at one segment of the marketing fraternity. So if you only have the media owners paying, you're only going to have so much budget. If you only have the marketers paying, you're only going to have so much budget. If you have both of them paying, well, you've got more budget. So that's the expensive side. If you're looking at doing something that is substantial but expensive. If you have limited means, limited funds, well, then you're going to have to go to more traditional methods. That could be a diary. It could be an online diary. It could be a manual diary. It could be dipstick research, where you're doing face-to-face research, and again, with people and homes that are representative of Swaziland, of the TV universe. There's no getting around establishing the market first. So you're going to have to do an establishment survey. But how you do that, you can get quite creative. And it all comes down to acceptance in the market of the metrics that you're providing. If the market accepts a diary, great, go with the diary. If they don't accept a diary, then you're going to have to look at something else. Do they accept an electronic diary, which you're able to do far more frequently? You're able to incentivize so that you get completion rates. Yeah, or face-to-face methods. You know, if that works in Swaziland, by all means, incorporate face-to-face methods. In South Africa, face-to-face is a very big challenge because there's certain parts of the market that are not open to being interviewed face-to-face. There are gated communities where they don't let interviewers in, so you're missing out on a portion of South Africans, as an example. But yeah, it all comes down to the makeup of the country and what is accepted and what is not accepted, because at the end of the day, the data that you bring to the market has to represent everyone, and that means you're all playing on the same field. No one is benefiting more than anybody else. If there is an agreed upon system for measurement, go with that. As you build over time, you may then get to the more expensive passive measurement panel being put in place, because if your data is working and the marketers are seeing merit in the metrics that you're providing and they're seeing the return, and there's a symbiotic relationship in that the levy that they possibly pay increases over time because they're getting more return, well, then you have more money for research. But this is a very, very complex subject. It's a very complex question, and you know, we'd have to really get to grips with what's going on in Swaziland as a base.
Do you have like a BROC in Swaziland, like an agency like the one?
No, we don't. We depend on some South African agencies. What we have our central statistics office, where maybe we get data for TV set owners, the average number of households. Maybe we were advised by the central statistics office to use that data maybe to generalize the viewership statistics, but it's not working. It's not.
Well, I think that's a good starting point if you already have an independent entity giving you data on the number of television households in Swaziland. So that's a great starting point. If you can dig down into some of the demographics, like you know, how many of those homes are urban, how many of them are rural, how many of them are metro, and there you can get an idea of the measurement that you need and how you need to break up that measurement. And so the BRC is, it's called a JIC, so it's a Joint Industry Council. And it's seen as an independent entity that measures on behalf of the industry. So everybody benefits. The media owners benefit, the advertisers benefit, the media agencies benefit, because they're all working with the data. And they're all using the data to plan with, they're all using the data to make money off of, and they're all using the data to show return on investment. So those are the three key criteria. Now, in terms of getting that body together, that may be something that you want to lobby for as a television channel. And again, it all comes down to how much do you want this in your market, and how much do the different segments want it? Do the marketers want it? Do the broadcasters want it? Or the channels, do they want it? Do the media agencies want it? Who wants it? And if everybody wants it equally, get a body together that has representation from all of those entities and sit around a room and figure out, okay, we all agree we need measurement. How are we going to fund this? And you'll be able to determine very quickly what your budget is. And you're either going to have a budget that is on the one side of the spectrum where you're just going to start. You're just going to start with something. Maybe it's a quarterly questionnaire that you send out. Maybe it's electronic, maybe it's face-to-face. Or maybe you've got more budget than you realized, and maybe you can incorporate some kind of passive measurement into the mix. But starting off, my advice would be exactly that. Just to start. Just start.
Always start, yeah? Once you start, you find your way through. Steve, let me come to you, sir. In
Yes.
your neck of the woods, how how are the advertisers able to trust, or are they able to trust the audience data that they are receiving? If not, how does the system work in your neck of the woods, sir?
Well, I mean, to the extent that you really need some kind of light to shine into that darkness to let you know what you need to do. The starting point will always be for data available from the research companies that I mentioned earlier on. So you really have to rely on them. But for ad agencies, I think it's, to speak to what Gary said just now, is sometimes you need other kind of form of data to be able to validate even the data you're getting from the research companies, because you just don't want to be blindsided into. I mean, there's always the human error factor where somebody should have done a much more diligent job and they just missed the bus somewhere, and then you get the wrong kind of data, because it's not just about data, it's about actionable data that has been hygienically maybe purified to the point that it is usable. So sometimes we do, as ad agencies, even the clients too have a way of like relying on the ad agencies to now give them some kind of, it may not be like qualitative data, but some toe in the water kind of research that guides and tries to help us either disagree with the data or even probe the data further to say, yes, we agree with the direction this data is giving us, or we're seeing something else different in the market. And that one, you can either do it by going to some limited field work or having some kind of focus group. And the tele-density in Nigeria is actually quite high. The telephone digital penetration is high, so you can do that digitally. But there's always a way to just counter-check the information you're working with to make sure that we are all on the same page and we're going in the right direction.
So to confirm, the state of play in Nigeria is you guys are now at the stage where you are doing something similar to what's been done in South Africa, which is to have an agency that's trusted by all parties, like the BRC is, correct?
Well, yes, that's because, but right now we still don't have one agency, which is why the federal government is trying to build this audience measurement agency that will now maybe incorporate every other player in the market today. And then this state of play will now lead us to a place where you can actually, in real time online, know who is watching what, where, and what they are doing, you know. But we're still a bit of more than some kilometers away from that destination. But right now we have some key major players, from Kantar to the Ipsos to the Geopol people, that you can source your information from, at least, and work with it.
All right. Anybody wants to ask any questions before? Okay, I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you. This is for Francois, with people like Iono, for example. So I know research brands especially, they want data immediately. You know, there's that pressure that we have when conducting research. So for people who are releasing long-form content, for example, looking at consumer behavior, if there is a podcast that's probably an hour long, I don't have time during the week, I'll probably just bookmark it to watch it later, maybe sometimes at night or sometimes during the weekend. Do you usually measure how long people are watching for, and do you also have a measurement for those type of something disrupts you maybe while you are watching, and then you forget, maybe a week later you want to go back from where you left off? Sometimes you don't have that option with a lot of podcast platforms. Maybe YouTube sometimes will keep that data maybe for a week or so to say, do you want to watch where you've left off? Is that the type of data that you measure? And do you find from maybe brands, do they require that information of maybe in a period of a year, of 6 months, how many times are people coming back to this piece of content or so? Thanks.
Thank you. That's a very good question. So depends on platform to platform, and we've discussed fragmentation, and that does play a large role. So we are a platform that delivers across multiple different environments. So Spotify, iTunes, inside our own ecosystem, and depending on where you are, you've got different measures, but at the very basic level, We measure how far somebody's listening. And because we comply with the IAB standards, we basically, for podcasts, we would roll any repeat sessions for the same day, for the same file into one session. So if you listen to a podcast in the morning on the way to work and you continue listening in the evening, that's one session. We do something similar for streams as well, so that you don't overinflate your numbers. You're talking about advertisers. They've got real-time access to this data. I find with advertising, and I work a lot, I'm the chief interface with ad sales houses, and also we work with a lot of agencies. At the end of the day, they want to trust your brand. So where the data comes from is not that important, and that's actually a point I wanted to make around cost. So if you're large enough, and I just want to put it sort of as an opposite, if you're large enough to feature on large or on national measurement scales, then that's brilliant, and you definitely have to do that. But if you're a small station starting out, I find small stations focus on various things. You know, they try to have competitions. You know, I know how many audience stats has been built with mugs, you know, with the name of the person on. You know, they run surveys, they run competitions, they do free marketing type things where they demonstrate, listen, we can fill a stadium with people. So if you advertise with us, you're going to have impact until you get big enough. So basically, if you talk about measurement, it's about risk. You know, how much of it can you afford to give to somebody else? How much do you have to do yourself? And are you actually in a point where you can do that well enough that people will trust you? So basically, getting back to the measurement, yes, two types, definitely advertisers, but they just want to trust you that if they advertise with you, then they will get return on their investment. And then the other very important element is for yourself, because every listener is a customer of your station. And not if all of them are monetized for advertising. There's a lot of other means which people use as well. You want to influence them. You also want to know who they are. You want to target your programming. You want to know is what we're doing working or not. And in all of those cases, yes, we do measure where somebody skips. Most of the platforms nowadays would indicate, or we would actually, there's less and less people that are downloading. A lot of platforms are starting to tell you if somebody's just downloading stuff. They don't report it, you know, as a listen. And we can real time see whether somebody's consuming something, where they stop, and when they restart with something.
I know I ask you this all the time, and you tell me all the time, but you can tell me again. So you're Pan-African, right? You're global, basically, right? So you're not just South African. The reason I ask is our colleagues.
Strong in South Africa, but a lot of stations in Namibia, a lot of stations and groups in Zim, and then sort of a couple up into Africa, but definitely stronger in Sub-Sahara, or let's say in SADC.
Yeah, because Makumba from Eswatini might use your assistance in terms of helping them to get to where they want to get to, because I figure the budget situation might not be as Gary explained, which is they might be struggling with budget, and I don't know. I'm not here to sell your product for you, am I? All right. So we're going to start wrapping up this session now, but before we do that, let me go back to Melissa. Melissa, can you, within the space in which you are working, and within the African space, if you are able to advise, for example, broadcasters that are struggling to be able to get into place systems that they can be able to measure their audiences effectively well, and also not just knowing who's doing what, but like you said, why they are doing it, what are those things that you will say to them?
I think it's important to know that both the return path data, or the audience measurement component, as well as the why, are both really important. I think from a kind of consulting or agency perspective, the advice is to kind of link to what Gary did say, is to do something. So I think I've seen in boardrooms where the loudest voice in the room makes a big decision that's not based on any data, it's based on a hunch, because yesterday they were watching something on TV and this is what they felt and thought. So I think anything is better than kind of those hunches and those sample of ones. I think the power comes in at least getting as representative as possible, but just getting someone that's, or a group of people that are outside the media space, that are not, that have no kind of incentive to be answering specifically how we would want things to be answered. I think I've mentioned segmentation already, but I just, to add to it is that demographic segmentation is not enough.
Can I just, with the segmentation thing, is it the same segmentation that they probably have done in SABC and ZBC, which is to segment their channels, or are we looking at more granularity than that?
So the segmentation I'm referring to is the segmenting of audiences, and then you can overlay then for that specific audience what type of content are they watching, or what group of channels, what is their repertoire of channels. But I think what we've seen in research is that doing that at a demographic level only is not strong enough. And I know that there are big media broadcasters in Africa that are still relying on demographics. So the kind of questions that are predicting what segment someone is in is, are you married, do you have kids? Very much about, even socioeconomic status, but they don't even go even one level, down to a psychographic or behavioral perspective to understand why and understand the journey and what impacts my choice of what I want to watch when, if I want to post my own content, what platform am I going to choose. So that kind of understanding of that and combining of that with return path data and strong segmentations or strong understanding of consumers beyond what a small group of people thinks. I think there is a solution, and I think it's also not going to be something that is static. It's going to keep evolving. So as the fragmentation continues, the ways of understanding your audience are going to have to continue with them.
Very well said. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that. So let's start wrapping up. And to wrap up, I would just like to say, I'll take the final takeaways from you guys. Steve, I will start with you, then I will go to Francois, and then to Gary, and then to Ngenda, and I'll have the lady to have the last word. I know they said ladies first, but in this case, I want the lady to have the last word. All right, so Steve, your takeaway, sir.
Well, thank you. My takeaway is that we cannot underestimate or overemphasize the need to audience segmentation for all of the reasons that have been enumerated by all of our brilliant panelists. And but my special shout out to the guys who are in broadcasting or who own television houses that are really small and not the big guys. I think what I would suggest to them would be data capture, data capture, data capture. You cannot, if you don't have the big budget to do like any kind of extensive research, then the onus is on you to continue to gather the data gradually so that you can have ongoing conversation with your audience. So if you have outside broadcasting event, data capture in there. If you have a big flagship program that people love, use the opportunity to get people to data capture, at least get their phone number, get their email. Once you have that on a database, you can now begin to have ongoing conversation. What kind of programming do they like? What time do they like to watch it? That will help you get off the ground. But clearly, the need to have proper audience segmentation on the continent is even more important today than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Please hang about for the group photo. I don't know how we're going to take it, but I'm sure we can fit you in somewhere. Did I say Gary or Francois next? Gary, you got the mic, so yeah, all right.
It's a broken mic.
Yeah, it's broken mic, all right.
Yeah, I just wanted to just touch on going beyond demographics, because actually that's a very, very important point. And that's something, especially in the media space, we have to get our heads around with fragmentation. Now more than ever, people are strained in terms of their time or their perceived time that they have. In a lot of the studies we do, and especially on the radio side, we do see people saying they listen less to the radio, either because they're more busy at work or they're just more busy in general. It becomes more and more critical then to identify need states, because when you wake up in the morning, you have a different need to when you're going to bed at night. Sure. They're all very dynamic, unique entities, and getting a grip on need states is vital not only for content, but for the whole array of services, platforms that we have in the media space. So I think that's critical. And just a takeaway in terms of measurement in general in Africa and South Africa across the board, more collaboration is needed. Far more collaboration. And it's about working together, and it's just about starting. And if you start, you'll improve. And you'll improve and improve and improve. And a year down the line, you'll think, wow, how did we get here? And 2 years down the line, again, you know, it's just about continually improving. But collaboration, money, we live in tough economic times. And the more collaboration there is, you're not just getting the benefit of people's thoughts and their headspace, you're getting the benefit of the money that's available.
Sure.
Yeah.
Excellent. Francois.
Yes. So I was a bit shocked when I saw the first stat, 50% of people don't know where the data is helping. I think in this day and age, data is imperative. You're competing against other people with data, and you need to do data-driven decisions. I think, you know, it's competitive enough that you can't just get away with hunches and feelings. The second thing is work with the end in mind with your data measurement. Graphs and statistics are beautiful, but what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to build trust with advertisers? Are you trying to understand your audience? Do you want to know why you've got X amount of people on Twitter and Y amount on TikTok? You know, what are you trying to measure, and tailor the budget to what you want to achieve? The third thing, which is extremely important, is stay honest. You know, you're either lying to your advertiser or you're lying to yourself, and both of those are very bad cases. Everybody wants to have good numbers, but be honest with yourself. And then just agreeing with Gary as well, and that actually came out in the previous conference. One of the things I remember somebody said is, yeah, we compete on content and on advertising, but we collaborate on measurement. So work with other people, and if you want to really build a strong ecosystem, there has to be standards. There needs to be a common way in which, you know, people know what they're going to get.
Thank you. Ngenda.
Thank you. I think for me, I would just like to close by appealing to advertisers to start being more flexible. With more and more fragmented audiences, we need to start thinking about quality over quantity. This scenario where everybody wants to be on the channel which has the highest numbers of viewers, I think we need to start clawing back on that. They might have the highest numbers of viewers, but are those the viewers that you are targeting in your marketing campaign? Are those the people that you want to speak to? So even if TV2 has got 1 million less than TV1, for example, you can still put your ad there and derive the benefits that you want. So let's start focusing more on quality rather than quantity. Thank you.
Well said. And last but not least, my lady, Melissa Webb.
Thank you. I think just in closing, and kind of to help sum up, is that once we've got this data, it's going to be important what you do with it. So from, I guess, more a consulting perspective, is the silos in businesses that are deciding content strategies and media strategies for different parts of the audience. We're creating more kind of segregation by having teams that are, for example, deciding what a strategy for the mass market is. So collaboration, not just externally, as the other panelists have mentioned, but also within an organization, is how do we use the data that we have? We have a lot of it. How do we use it in the right way? And, yeah, and make the most of the measurements that we are getting when we get them.
Excellent. And that brings us to the end of this panel. We will still carry on this conversation in the next panel, but ladies and gentlemen, and have they be awesome. Can we appreciate our guys, please? Okay. And now we're going to take a group photograph for the panel. Do we have the... Who's the photographer? Do we have one? All right. After the group photograph, we're going to take 5 minutes break, and then we're going to, once we come back, we're going to go into looking at audience data in the multi-platform and multimedia environment. Thank you very much. Let's take a group photograph. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, guys. 5 minutes, guys. We'll come back in 5 minutes' time. All right. All right, folks. Let's grab some. If we are grabbing something, let's grab something and come back so we can proceed. All right, folks, let's grab something and go back to the seat so we can continue the session. All right. Before we go into the next session, I understand that the folks online are not able to see what's happening, but they can hear what's happening. We are working on it, and just bear with us, guys, that are online. We'll get you the visuals as quickly as we can. The AV guys are working feverishly to make sure that you can see who is participating here. Just bear with us, guys, okay? In the last session, we were looking at the entire issue of pathways to knowing your audience. A lot of items were generated, a lot of issues were raised, and a lot of how to were stipulated. The reasons why we're here is for us to be able to get solutions into problems and issues that we might have, and also to be able to meet with fellow colleagues and see what networking we can do. Now, going to the next session, we will be looking at the issue relating to data. The importance of data in a multimedia, multi-platform environment. We will be looking at the concept of data analytics. I know that there are companies here that actually deals with that. We'll be having thoughts from them. And what does data analytics mean to broadcasters and content publishers? We will be looking at opportunities that can be available for broadcasters, be it radio or TV, and how they can use data analytics to their own benefits. What audience measurement metrics are you deploying? What audience measurement metrics should you be deploying? And also, what sort of partnerships can we put in place? I have as my panelists Monica Ndungu. Monica is the Chief Operating Officer for Nation Media Group. I believe Monica is joining us virtually, correct? Do we have Monica online?
Yes, you do. Thank you very much.
I can hear you, Monica, but I cannot see you. There you are.
Okay. My video is on, so can you see me now?
Now I can see you. I couldn't see you before, not because your video wasn't on, but because the AV guys were just trying to bring you back on. Hi, Monica, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I understand you can't see me.
Yes, I can't see. What I can see is the projection of a laptop, a desktop, but I can't see you, but that's fine.
Well,
hopefully I can before the end of the session.
I hope so too. And at least you can hear me loud and clear, right?
Yes, I can.
There are people in the audience that are like waiting to hear what you have to say. I mean, we have broadcasters here from far and wide, and we have from organizations that are dealing with data analytics and providing services to broadcasters as well. I'm sure you will be hearing their voices as we go, but welcome. I'll come back to you for you to give us more context about who you are and what you do within the scope of Nation Media Group in Kenya. But ladies and gentlemen, can we please appreciate Monica Ndungu, please? Thank you. And also joining me here is Paulo Diaz. Is Paulo in the house? Oh, Paulo. Can we please appreciate Paulo as he steps forward, please? I understand that Shepiso Chikapapiri is on her way, I was told, so she's not here yet. If she manages to catch up with us, we'll welcome her onto the platform. So, Paulo, before I get the lady to introduce herself, you are here. Is it working, this mic? Is that one working? All right. Can you please introduce yourself to us a lot more than I have done? I've just mentioned your name.
No problem. My name is Paulo Diaz. I am a content and convergence specialist for a company called Ultimate Media. We are a radio specialist business that is more migrating into an audio specialist business that sits at the intersection of advertisers, media agencies, brands, and radio stations, and helps them navigate how to get the best return on their investment in terms of radio and audio advertising. And then I wear a second hat as the co-founder of the South African Podcaster Guild. which is a body designed to unite independent podcasters. And one of the reasons independent podcasters needed uniting was around the issue of data and what a good podcast audience means. So I represent myself on those two.
Fantastic. We'll unpack a little more from what you've said, but you're welcome. Thank you very much. And Monica, hi. I'll come back to you. Can you please give us more context about who Monica is and what you do for Nation Media Group? I know it says here you are the Chief Operating Officer, but I'm sure there is more to that as well.
Yes, there is, and thank you very much. I am Monica, as you've said, but in the context of what I do for Nation Media Group, first, my background has been in television. So I've been in television for about 16 years. So overseeing P&Ls, but also creating content and looking through what audiences want and ensuring monetization of the same. In the last 4 years, my role has evolved at the Nation Media Group, and I have been overseeing strategy, product, and innovation. Because, again, of the challenges that we face day to day as media houses. So in that role, I've then been responsible for looking through our strategy and seeing what are the critical enablers that will facilitate us to create content that customers love. So we say our flywheel starts at where content customers love, because if we create content that customers love, we will get more customers. If we get more customers, we get more revenues. And if we get more revenues, we get more money to fund our talent and our R&D. So essentially, I sit in the business as the person who facilitates the bigger picture thinking, but also ensures that everybody understands what they are supposed to do. Interestingly, and additionally, in the last few days, I've gotten the incremental role of partnerships, because partnerships are also becoming a critical driver of how we are building sustainable media businesses. And our business sits across East Africa primarily on linear platforms. So we have a business in Tanzania with Mwananchi. Then we have Daily Monitor and its products in Uganda. And then Kenya is our largest market. However, with the opportunities provided by the internet, we do see ourselves as the media of Africa for Africa. And therefore, as we build our business, we are building it into a digital-first business that can access a bit more people than just within East Africa. So that's the context of my role, but also my understanding of what today's topic is all about.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. And it's great to have someone like you joining us, because you will be able to add weight to some of the issues that we're going to be raising here. And going to the issues that we are raising, you mentioned in your intro, Monica, that you want to enhance or you want to foster the ability to drive those critical enablers that helps you to deliver the content that your consumers, that your customers want. Be it on the radio. By the way, before I say radio or TV, you do have radio in your portfolio, right?
Yes, we have radio, television, and newspaper, and then our digital platform.
And your digital
both owned and third party.
Okay. So the first question I have, which has been put together by the team to ask you, is with regards to those critical enablers, what role the data and data analytics has to play in what you mentioned as critical enablers to help you deliver content, which is the reason why we exist. Without content, we are nowhere as broadcasters or content publishers. But data analytics and data as a whole, where does that sit in those critical enablers that you speak about? Or is that the most important part of your critical enablers? Don't let me speak for you.
It could be amongst many critical enablers. And I say that because there's a lot of enablers that you can look at that facilitate how you go about creating content. As I said at Nation Media Group, our flywheel starts at creating content that customers love. Now, the thing about creating content that customers love means you have to understand those customers. And therefore, data becomes critical, because how you understand what they love is by studying them in various touch points. So let me explain. when we began our data strategy, which we started about 2.5 years ago, we were doing it before, but there was not much that was going into it in regards to strategically looking at it thoroughly every day and analyzing it and providing the team with insights on how to utilize it to create content that customers love. So as we began doing that, we started realizing there were pockets of audiences that we were not serving that were going to be critical in us raising more revenues. And I'll give one for an example. We had women who were served more by what I call telenovelas. However, women were becoming a critical cog to us achieving our strategy because they loved lifestyle content. They hated politics. They didn't love it. For them, it wasn't something they were consistently engaging in. So based on that, and based on how we saw people consuming products on our digital platforms, let me also be clear on that.
Yep.
The challenge we've had with linear is how we collect data primarily does not allow you too much insight. What you have are a lot of numbers, and a lot of those numbers, we are not able to consistently gauge further what they mean. So we will, for example, know this program performs very well at 9 o'clock, 50% of it are women, 50% of it are men. But if you try and dig deeper, we are not able to get those analytics. Now, with the availability of our content on our digital platforms, we're able to use various tools that help us to dig further into those numbers and get more insights that facilitate. So, for example, one of the things that I've mentioned is women. And what we saw with women is they were spending more time on lifestyle content. Not just lifestyle content in what you look at it as a bigger bucket, but more so on things about wellness. So what we did with that data is then to enable the teams to understand and create specific products around that then we could utilize for monetization. So when I speak about data as a critical enabler, is with having our content sit more on our digital platforms, we are getting more data, but data is nothing without insights, and insights are nothing if teams don't utilize them. So we are having to rebuild our culture in regards to how we utilize that data to then ensure that it's of benefit to the business. And that's how I would strategically say data is becoming a critical piece to how we are going about creating content that customers love.
Excellent, fantastic. Before I move over to Paulo, does anybody have any burning question that they want to ask based on what we've spoken so far with Monica? Okay. Monica, please rest easy. I'll come back to you just now whilst I engage with my good friend here. So first, let me understand Ultimate Media, okay, before we go into your second half, which is the podcast. So Ultimate Media, do you currently have broadcast organization in your network like Nation, or how is it set up, Ultimate Media?
We call ourselves the radio station without the radio station. And I think everyone calls themselves the Uber of something.
Right.
So effectively where Ultimate Media comes about is that you're sitting with, specifically in South Africa, a radio business that if you as an advertiser wants to advertise on radio, you have to deal with multiple parties. So you may look at a Metro FM, a 947 and a Jacaranda, which may go, well, audience profile is very similar, but I've got to deal with 3 different sets of people. You've got 3 different sets of criteria. You're going to need 3 different sets of material. You're going to go through 3 different sets of approvals. And ultimately, the radio station is going to develop a campaign that benefits them, not necessarily the advertiser. So we kind of cater on 2 ways. We go, firstly, we're a lot easier to deal with one person or one group of people who all are ex-radio programmers, all ex-radio staff, on-air staff, who understand that back end. But also we're able to create campaigns that work for you. You know, so
okay.
Even if, you know, latest examples, we're working with Samsung, who would have got a certain
Samsung,
right?
the TV
brand,
maker,
right? Yeah. And they're running a campaign for the Olympics and want to use a specific song in the promo material. Now, if they had to go station by station by station by station,
okay,
it would have been a fight. Instead, for us, we go through and then we run and implement the campaign for them through all the channels. And over the past 5 or 6 years, we've added more broader audio strategy to it. So as more podcasts, more streaming platforms, more music listening apps have come online, with advertising opportunities, we're also going, well, you can speak to all of them individually, but to get the best return, come to people who can bundle it all together.
All right. Now I fully understand what you do. But so in terms of your layout, so your customers are either sides, the broadcasters on the one side and the advertisers on the other side. You just make the life of both of them a lot more easier.
Correct, yeah.
So you will be exposed to a lot of data then, basically. Now, within the context of the broadcasters, the other side of your customers, how should they treat the concept of data analytics, or should they just leave that to you?
No, I mean, we rely on them a lot. We also understand, what they're looking at, and of course, there are important partners, right? Where I think over the years they've seen us as a threat, but luckily that's fallen off because they have one thing we don't. They have broadcast towers.
Yes.
We can't do that. So I think what's interesting is to be able to understand the narrative and the audience that they're pushing. There is currently like a big discrepancy or big argument about audience data in radio stations, but we can also sit within a neutral point and going, yes, we do understand why you see this discrepancy, but at the same time, we're also seeing things from our side that can kind of counter this. And I think what's interesting is a radio station will talk about their listener won't behave like this, their listener won't do this, or their listener will do that. And then you go speak to an advertiser who their potential customer is exactly that listener, and now they're saying, well, the two
doesn't match, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're going, well, it is the same person, you're just not seeing it. So it's quite interesting to work within a radio audience understanding that has been kind of set in stone for a very long time, and seeing it being challenged by newer mediums that are kind of, telling you something different, and kind of finding the middle ground between them.
Interesting. Colleagues, so if we look at the concept of getting data, manipulating data, and analyzing data for the greater good of broadcasters who might be in this house or who might be your customers. First, where she's left, the lady from Tanzania, but I think I can ask the same to my folks in Ghana, GBC. Timothy, just out of, do I have another mic or should I come to you? Maybe I should come. Do you have another mic? Okay. Timothy, just to clarify, you are not from GBC, right? Which company do you work for?
So I work for Global Media Alliance. It's a private media conglomerate. We do TV, radio, cinemas, and digital.
Oh, so you will be like Nation Media in Kenya?
Yes.
All right. Now, the question I wanted to ask is I'll come back to you. I'm sure I'll have some questions to check with you. Where is data and data analytics? You've heard from Monica, and you've heard what Paulo has to say. For as a broadcaster, where is data and data analytics fitting into how you carry on your business?
Well, I think I mentioned earlier that in GBC we came to the table a bit late, but clearly it's way to go in that we cannot move forward if we don't use data. And basically it's for us to, like I said earlier, really know and understand and profile our audience. So now, in every decision we make, whatever content we put out or on any of our platforms, whether TV or radio, we first need to know why we're doing this and who we're doing it for, and clearly how they're going to consume it. Once we understand these issues, we move forward to the next step, and then we get it done. So at the end of the day, we just make sure that all the guys on the teams also understand the bigger dream, and then we can move forward with them together.
So sticking with you, George, so primarily what you are saying, if I understand you, is you build the house, You then you discuss who wants to live in the house before you find the tenant. Or is it the tenant tells you what house you must build before they come and live in it? Or is it both?
It's first about first identifying if there is a tenant. Once you know that there is a tenant, you ask yourself, what does the tenant want? If you know that, now you put it in place for the tenant. That way, you're sure you would have satisfied the tenant. But then if you do it any other way, yes, there could be some good building house facility, but then it may not suit the need of whoever is available, and nobody will buy it.
Sorry for using the housing analogy, guys. It's just the word that pops into my mind. I like to bring in people into my conversation, and I'm looking to see, my friend, you run a radio station or is it a community radio station? How is data analytics fitting in what you guys are doing? What are the challenges that you are currently having when it comes to being able to effectively understand your customer via the data that you are getting?
Well, yes, I'm Karel Verhoef. I'm a CEO of Radio Pulpit, a community radio station in South Africa. Our biggest challenge, firstly, is to afford market research. Basically, it is very expensive, and the market research that's available to community stations is mostly not trustworthy because the sample size is not suiting community radio stations. So we are very much on our own, most community radio stations. However, there are a few, shall we say, smaller research companies, except for the dominating BRC that there is currently. So our biggest challenge is to afford reliable research. That is what's our biggest challenge.
Excellent. And just so I understand this, we've heard from BRC. Part of the BRC set up as well?
Well, yes, we are moving into that direction. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. So that's one of the broadcasters saying their issue is having trustworthy market research. Research costs money. And if somebody comes to you, Paulo, a radio station, and says, we have this problem, we can't do the market research that we want to generate the data that we want, or the ones that we are seeing, we don't know if we should trust them. How would you approach them in terms of advice and the fact that without knowing their audience, they cannot, obviously, they cannot, how do you say, they cannot earn what they should earn in the advertising space. What would you say to them? What would you say to someone like the gentleman that just spoken?
I'm really glad you came to me straight after that. You know, I think a lot of the times in radio stations from commercial down, you're kind of trying to understand your immediate response. Because obviously you get your BRC data, which is a more broader look, but how are people reacting day to day? So, you know, when we want to measure response for an advertiser of a week campaign, what's our metric? Competition entries. But we also know competition entries aren't, how valuable are they, until you turn them valuable. So over the past 2 years, we've been developing, and we've had it out in market for about 3 months now, and it's really proving so effective. The most important thing about radio is just plugging into what radio listeners do anyway. So we've developed a WhatsApp entry platform. Radio stations pull in thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of WhatsApp every day, but they chuck them away. They don't do anything with them. So we built out a system that allows us to collate those WhatsApps into a central point, and more importantly, analyze how the people are behaving. So they're entering by a simple entry point, and we have a bit of a conversation with them. Would you like to enter this competition? Can you augment your data? Can we send you surveys? Can we contact you with further specials, offers, etc.? And are starting to build our own community, both to help advertisers extend campaigns, because no advertiser can be on air every single day of the week. Okay, so they're going to be in bursts, but what happens in between those bursts? Your competitors come in space. But what we started doing now, and we did it with one of the big gambling firms who wanted to go into a new radio station but didn't have the research from the radio station, So we just surveyed our community, and we basically asked them a couple of questions, drew out a bit of a profile of them, and were able to give the advertiser, say, listen, it's drawn up from quite a decent enough size segment. These are people who interact with radio stations, so they're not the passive audience, and now we could help them make a better decision of their advertising campaign. So what it drew out of there is they would go, well, you know, of course we're going to try the 30-second generic route, but we asked people what sort of content would on radio would make you, you know, move over to this betting company. So we found out what sort of content people would want and now develop a campaign for them. So from this behavior of radio stations to go, oh, there are competition pigs and the competition hogs, end of the day, they're holding information for us. And it's just about finding tools that allow us to unlock that information. So we're sitting with this gold mine of WhatsApp, which people are happy to communicate with if they know they're being protected, if they know that it's not being used in a way they don't want it to use, and they're happy to communicate with you. And it's so simple and so basic, and that allows you to constantly understand what people are doing. So I think that's a really simple way and quite a cost-effective way to build out and communicate with your audience.
It's amazing you mentioned that, because even I was, just after you mentioned that, I'm like, okay, that's true. Because WhatsApp, it's a lot of people, you get information via WhatsApp, but what you've just mentioned is like nobody's doing it. Yeah, exactly.
And nobody does it.
Nobody does it.
And,
yeah.
And when people are sitting, it is an intimate conversation people have. And I think being able to unlock that, of course, don't lose the trust element. Once you start spamming, you're gone. But if you do it and navigate it well, let's not say manipulate, it's such a powerful tool.
Excellent stuff. Excellent. Thank you. Before we move forward, I did say to you earlier on that we had another panelist. She's on her way. I'm glad she's now here to join us. Can we please give a warm welcome to Ms. Tepiso Chikapa Piri. Tepiso.
Sorry.
Okay, you're welcome. Right. As we done, you're welcome. Was the traffic that bad?
Actually, was left in extra meeting.
No, it's fine. It's fine. As we done before with the other panelists, I think I'll throw you in it and just please introduce yourself a lot more to us. I'm sure most people here probably know who you are, but for those of us that don't, please introduce yourself to us and your company and what you're doing, basically.
Hi, I'm Tepiso Chikapa Piri. I'm really sorry I'm late. It's bad manners. I'm a producer. My company is called Known Associates Group. We have two arms to the group, a servicing company that does services international productions that shoot in South Africa and across the continent. And we also have a local content production company that makes feature films and television series.
Excellent.
And I'm the chairperson of the Independent Producers Organization.
Independent Producers Organization, that's correct. They put you here as the executive director, IPU. I'm like, yeah, no, she's the chairperson. We are talking about data. And from your point of view as a content, by the way, we have Monica joining us from Kenya. Monica is the Chief Operating Officer for Nation Media Group. And also that's Paulo. Paulo is a radio content convergence specialist for Ultimate Media. He also has a lot of podcast experience. But from your point of view, as a content producer, within the context of the African space, how do you manage to what extent does data drive what you do in terms of producing content? How does an average content producer manage to make sure they understand who's going to watch their program before they start producing it? Or as I was saying to my fellow gentleman from Ghana, is it that you just do it anyway and hope to God that a lot of people watch it? How does it normally work from your end?
Well, I come from advertising and marketing in my other life. So I've always been a trend hunter. I like to see what's on trend, and part of knowing what's on trend is obviously having discussion with the various sort of media buyers. So in our case, I suppose it would be broadcasters or streamers or even theatrical and distribution and sales companies to understand what is the market looking for. And I'll give you, for example, recently the market is interested in terms of the work that we do is looking for adaptations, remake, things that have worked in the past, true stories. That's why true crime is such a big genre at the moment in our business. And that is driven by the fact that if you look locally, internationally, and then drawing down to locally, and when I say locally, across the continent, the stuff that, if we all switch on the various streamers, be it Netflix or Amazon, whatever, what's always on #1 is possibly true crime, is possibly formulaic police series. People somehow seem interested in books, adaptations of books and that kind of stuff. So it's important that you collect data using there are obviously various sort of standard research methods, reading sort of audience numbers from the different broadcasters and so forth. But I think to understand what the audiences are looking for, and I always say when you are in our business, you have to have two mixes. You've got to have content that keeps the wolf away from the door. That's the stuff that everyone's buying today. But you must also be developing content that drives your passion.
Okay. So, again, I stay with you. In terms of the knowing so you go to a broadcaster, or a broadcaster wants to commission or wants to ask you to do a program. The question we then ask is, what's the data behind this programming? How are we so sure that this programming will work? What are those things that you need to check for the sake of the guys that are in the audience, that are broadcasters, or for the sake of the guys that wants to be able to monetize their program? What are those things that you need to check to say, okay, check, then we can go and produce this program? Because we've done all these checks. There's no guarantee in life, but what are those basic things that you check? Maybe head check or properly do a check to say, okay, if these are in place, then this should be a go.
Well, I always speak of desktop research. Like, when Game of Thrones came out, everyone was making a Game of Thrones. Everyone suddenly went, clearly the world loves this. Let's make our own. But did it really resonate from a local point of view? I don't necessarily think so. So I think that the thing, and often we go to broadcasters and we say, what are you looking for? And, sometimes they'll say, the new buzzword is hyperlocal. What's hyperlocal? We're looking for authentic stuff, stuff that resonates with South African audiences. But what might resonate with South African audiences may not necessarily resonate with Nigerian audiences or Kenyan audiences, because of course we've got our nuances. We're African, but we have nuances according to our different regions, our different cultures, our different religions. So, and I find often that when we speak to broadcasters and streamers, it's quite a challenging thing, because I often sit across the table and I think, is this person's own personal desire, or is it really market research that they're feeding me when they go, well, we're currently looking for a rom-com, but it has to be a mixed girl and I'm like,
how do you come to that?
Is this what you desire to see, or is this what the audience is wanting? And often, and I'll
what do
speak
you find?
Particularly in the South African context, we will get shown what I personally consider to be like low-level production quality productions, and we're told this is what works. And then I often argue back and say, no, it's not what works. People are just watching what they're being fed. Because if you give people good quality content, and we see it all the time, because when people watch good international quality content, they gravitate towards it. But because we are kind of being suppressed to produce low quality, people are just watching it because it's there and it's available. It's not necessarily what they necessarily desire to see. So I think, to kind of answer your question, that it's not as simple as what you're asking. I think that we lack real research and real accountable data to be able to create
So we don't have
content.
that. We don't have that cross board, you find?
I don't think it's generally available for the industry. I think that we as companies start creating our own research and data collection strategies that enable us to be competitive in the market and to be able to deliver, you know, the kind of content that audiences are actually asking for or looking for.
Interesting. Okay. I'll come back to you, Paul, but I haven't forgotten that we have Monica online. Monica, at times is easier to just focus on the people that are sitting next to me, and then I have you waiting for me to come to you. I always say, Monica, you need to come to this stuff. Now I'm going to take you to Swakopmund in October, and don't tell me you're not coming. Now, in terms of what you are doing with the research bit, to be able to generate the data that helps you to produce the content that the people want to watch. How is it set up? What are those things that you put in place so that these things can basically run themselves and people don't have to start second guessing how we get data, how we generate, how we create research? And does it have to mean that we have to be as big as Nation Media Group to be able to get effective research done? How do you weigh in on those points?
Okay, first, even with what you would call as Nation Media Group's size, we still have a challenge of research, particularly across the continent, reliable, affordable research. I think that's a pain point that many of us across the continent suffer from. There might be some who suffer more than others, but that's a pain point across the continent. So just to put that out there. However, I think we also look at this thing called research sometimes as a really big thing that requires us to go out and spend loads of money finding out what audiences are consuming. And maybe now with digital channels, what Nation Media Group has done is to consistently engage our audiences on various digital channels and consistently ask them what it is they want to watch, what it is they want to read or listen to. So for example, on our TV station, we have a QR code that we regularly refresh. Based on the data we are getting, we act on that data, we get insights from that data, and then we utilize that data to make certain decisions. On the other hand, we utilize focus
Hang on.
things.
Sorry, ma'am. I have to pick up on that because that's interesting what you've mentioned. So the QR code is program specific, right?
No, it's channel specific. So there are some that are program specific. So for example, if there's a show we are particularly struggling with, we make it program specific. At the beginning, we started by channel specific. So we would have the QR code across all our programming and ask specific questions that were related to the channel. Now, based on the data we got from that QR code, we got insights from it, and then we shared the insights with the team, and we ended up, in some cases, having QR codes that were specific to the bulletins. So like we would ask people during the bulletins, what do you like about your bulletin? What would you like to see more of? And that led us, for example, our bulletins used to be very long, and they used to contain a lot of what you call update me stuff, like everyday things that are happening in the country. And a lot of the data that we got, that is also collaborated by a lot of data that came from Reuters earlier in the year. There was a lot of news fatigue. People were getting tired of just the day-to-day happenings. And so people were saying, tell me something that can enable my life. Tell me something that is of human interest. So for that particular reason, we shrank our bulletins. They used to be about an hour long. We shrank them to the update me stories. So the day-to-day stories, 13 minutes. And then we have that focus is on what we call a specific health. The next day it's about sport. The next day it's about business. What that allows us to also do is this content now can sit on our digital platforms as evergreen content. So it then moved us from having a bulletin where we're doing about 10, 15 stories every single day to a bulletin that had the most important stories. Because again, in this digital era, you know that by the time you get to the evening at 7 or at 9, people already know a lot of what has happened in the day. Yes. So our bulletins have to provide more context and depth. So the QR code, like I said, was the beginning of that process, and we just don't use the QR code. So you use the QR code in one instance. Sometimes you use focus groups. Sometimes you use the data that you get from your Google Analytics across our, for example, we have paywalls on some of our content. On some of our content, we have data walls. So the data that we are getting from all that, we then have this might sound too big and expensive for a community radio station, but it can also be done in a much, much smaller scale. It's just that, and I think to the lady who was speaking just before me, a lot of times as media people, and I say that has been our biggest challenge, regardless of the disruption we have gone through. A lot of times we've created content we think is gut feeling, what we think our audiences will love. Because again, look at research at this big thing. So for example, sorry?
Sorry, Monica.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up. Don't know if it's our side or your side. So I will let the AV guys try and figure something out, because what you are saying is very important. I'll come back to you in a sec, right? But let me come back to the audience. And my lady from TBC, how are you? Yeah, I was looking for you earlier on. I thought you abandoned me again. I'm going to come to you because I wanted to hear from you. Can we please try and bring back proper audio for Monica so we can... I wanted to hear from you from the point of view of Tanzania as a country. Okay, and what you're doing, you're the head of marketing and sales in TBC. How is what we've been talking about so far in terms of audiences and knowing the audiences and being able to manage your audiences? How are you seeing this in Tanzania in terms of what you are doing at the TBC?
Okay. At TBC, we usually buy this content from these specialized companies, Geopol, Ipsos. When need arises, we approach them and we buy the content. But recently, we find that we cannot rely on that 100%. We have decided to engage a consultant who is now in process of doing survey all over the country using samples with different demographic or segment classes, so that I think in 2 months to come, he will be able to finalize the survey, then we can use that data. That's how we have started.
That's very interesting. So the data that was being supplied to you by the agencies, you said it was inadequate, or is it not gone down to the level of the local granular that you want it to go?
Actually, it is going down to all levels of people, but the management finds that we cannot rely on 100% on the sources of data or the way they are conducting their survey. And now we are trying to engage consultants whom we have given them the TOR, terms of reference, and we started building up the concept together, and now we have engaged him to go to the market to do the survey. But I appreciate attending this training. I was listening to my colleagues here. I think the guy from Zambia said they have this, the unity within the organization which is doing the research. I'm living with this to my management. There is there is a need to establish the unity within the organization. Yeah, though I know the budget constraint may be the obstacle, but we can try.
Awesome, thank you. Do I have Monica back? Monica, can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Now I can hear you. Can you finish on your line of thoughts? Because we were getting truncated before, and I want people to get the full gist of what you were talking about. Can you finish on your line of thought on what you were pressing on just now?
Yes, so I was speaking into various ways which we look for data across the organization to collect data. And I had started with a QR code. I'd spoken about the fact that we have some of our content behind paywalls and data walls. We're also able to collect a lot of data from that. I'd spoken to old school focus groups. I think old school focus groups still are really important places of gathering more qualitative information than even ever before. I think questionnaires. I also think just walking around the communities and having very informal discussions, we will then understand from a very, surfacial point of view, we will pick on hints of what people want. I think one of the things I was making as a point was, for very long broadcasters, whether you're in TV, radio, or whether you're even in print, we were brought up in the era of where we decided what the audience wanted. So we went out and got soapies. But with how media has grown and how it has evolved, and with the fact that now the audience has access to much, much more content than they've ever had before, it's therefore important for us to regularly involve them in finding out what they have. And to the analogy you had used earlier of the house, you cannot build a house before you know whether there'll be a tenant. And you need to find out from the tenant, do they need a 1-bedroom house? Or do they need a 2-bedroom house? Or do they just need a bed sitter? Or do they need a tent? So I think data helps us to make these decisions. And then we go further and make even more decisions, because there could be only 2 people who want a tent. Will you spend your time on those 2 people? Maybe that's your business strategy. But you want a mass product, and there's 30 people that want a 3-bedroom house. Then you create that 3-bedroom house. So I think for me, it's utilizing various ways of collecting that data, both that are available to be bought. We also use Geopol and Ipsos. Unfortunately, like in Kenya, the advertising agencies rely on these 2 particular surveys. So while we may not be in agreement with everything that comes from that data, we have had to find ways to work around it. But we then now, and that's why earlier when I introduced, Nation Media Group has its owned platforms and third-party platforms. By owning our platforms, we are able to own our audience more, and we are able to collect more data and analyze it much better and much faster than would be from third-party channels and from our linear channels. So I think for me, it's just there's many ways to collect the data. It doesn't have to be complicated as it has always been. I think technology is providing easier ways. And the utilization of like organizations, like I think it's called Pablo, like was speaking to, I think there's also a lot of collaboration that needs to be done by the industry so that we don't see each other as a competitor in something we are doing, but more as collaborators who can facilitate each other's growth. Thank you very much.
Me or not? Okay, there you are. That's a lot in there, but let's come back to you guys here. Let's first, before I go into the partnerships and collaborations that Monica mentioned, Pablo, you said your second hat that you wear is with regards to podcasts, and podcast is becoming a very real development lately, right? And I also heard that there is now vlogcast. How do you say the video one?
Vlogging, yeah, vodcast.
Vlogcast. Now, when it comes to being able to adapt data incidences or data analytics, especially for people that might want to use your platform to put their, okay, maybe they don't have the opportunity to have their own podcast platform. I'm talking about the broadcasters now. What is it that you can, what sort of data scenarios would you be able to provide them to let them keep coming back to you, or for what sort of data checks would you need to ask them to say, okay, here are the kind of data that I can provide you, but here are the kind of things that you can do with those data. And both of you can have some sort of benefit in using of your platform.
I think when we started looking at unifying the independent podcasters in South Africa, we looked at it from a point of view of going, in South Africa, the two biggest names in podcasting at the time were MacG and Gareth Cliff, and they're highly controversial. They were early movers, but they also got their spot because they said a lot of things that you couldn't say anywhere else. So they had big numbers, but they didn't get advertisers. So advertisers, by their nature, went, well, podcasting is not a safe space for brands. So we kind of looked at going, well, it is. It's just that they have the bigger platform, and cumulatively, we can have the bigger platform. So we started pulling together independent podcasters to say, okay, firstly, we do have a brand-safe platform. Secondly, we do have a listener-safe platform, because you don't want to go and listen to content that may attack you as a person. And we've got to make sure that that is safe and that there will be accountability if you do, right? The next thing we looked at is going, okay, there's got to be, because this is all in the efforts to get brands to advertise. This is ultimately what most people are after, to get the ad money. The next thing you're going to go, okay, well, if you want people to spend money, it needs to be of a decent quality. We knew that's going to be a time game because equipment will become cheaper, platforms will become cheaper. Now we're in a space where the biggest challenge is making sure the measurement and the data is consistent. Because I think I heard the gent in the front say, he watches and you say vodcast. So then people are consuming podcasts on YouTube and you go, well, now we're looking at YouTube metrics. Then some people are hosting on Spotify, and Spotify have a whole different set of metrics. Then you're on this platform and they aren't IAB certified. So that's a different set of metrics. So one of the big things we've done, and not just because he's in the room, is we've pushed a lot of our podcasters to go into a unified platform like Iono, of where we're all trading in the same currency, right? So everybody, when you say, I've got X amount of listeners, yes, it's all measured against the same listeners. When they're saying we spend X amount of time listening, it's all measured to the same. So that's our biggest drive at the moment, of getting all our members onto a unified platform. So to the point, we're going to trade in the same currency. And that becomes important when you're now analyzing the data. Because what does a listen mean? What does time spent listening mean? And we're now getting into a space where in South Africa, I don't believe we're going to have en masse podcasts with tens, not even tens of thousands listeners. We're going to be creating content for niche communities and narrowcasting. And that's fine. But advertisers, when they see a podcast has got 300 listens, they don't know what that means. Is that good or bad? 200 can't be good. I can see 200 people at the school fete. Is that big? I don't know. But then you're saying, okay, how often do those people come? How often are they hanging around? Are they sticking to your content? So you may have 200 people, but it's the same 200 people week after week consuming you for an hour, subscribing, doing the things you need to do, and that can be turned into a customer for a brand. So I think it's about getting that consistent currency, trading in the same currency, and then creating the narrative, because that's what I think podcasting has been very bad at. We don't create the narrative of what our audiences are worth. Those 200 people could be 100% the right 200 people, because if 150 of them can convert into sales, and I'm going to keep saying this thing until people like put it on my tombstone, is I don't necessarily need a podcast with 1 million listeners. I need one podcast listener with $1 million, because suddenly I can convert that person into something useful for an advertiser.
Absolutely. Of course, if you give me a listener with $1 million anytime, you know, why not? Why do you need to go on commercial flight when you can get on private jet with 2 people, right?
Exactly.
All right, so my lady Tepiso, tell me, when you see this whole thing, both from the content, the production perspective, from your interaction with broadcasters, from your other hat with the advertising and marketing space, what sort of collaborative endeavors do we need to bring together to make sure that we have some sort of unified way to look at data collection and data analytics and presenting it to the people that has the money across Africa? Because it seems to me that we're still working in silos a little bit. How do you think we can all march together, or should we just go on as we currently are?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in complete agreement. I think collaboration is very key, and I think collaboration is key across the various sort of value chain of revenue within the entertainment, advertising, and marketing sectors. In that, for instance, we always say cash is king, but we believe content is power. So, for instance, we have been, to Paulo's point, working out how much content do you need to be able to get an advertiser, for instance, to agree to product placement within a feature film or story integration. And then how do we take all this content and make it work across the continent? You know, when you're overseas, when you're in LA, when you are in Europe, the big buzz now is Africa is now. And we're sitting in now and not really exploiting now, and everyone else seems to be wanting to flock towards now. And the thing that we've been talking about as content creators is to go, well, we own the power because we've got the sort of content numbers in terms of how much content we're producing as a continent. We should be able to take this content. We've got the audiences in terms of population numbers within the continent and in the diaspora. And what we should be able to do is to say, if I'm going to sell 100 films to a South African broadcaster, free to air, whether it's a stream or whatever, I should be able to do it in Uganda, I should be able to do it in Nigeria. Therefore, I should be able to walk out of whichever one of our countries with advertising revenue that says, guess what, that your brand will be seen, your story will be told, and these numbers, these billions of Africans will be buying your content, your product.
Your product, yeah.
So that collaboration is necessary because I need to be able to say to Paulo, okay, you've got this content, which is, whether it's a podcast, a vlog, I've got a long form feature film, I've got a TV series, let's package this thing, let's go to Coca-Cola and say, guess what, you want to sell to other, you know, you're a volume guy, you want to sell X amount of volumes in Africa, give us the cash and we'll show you the numbers.
Maybe,
and sorry, it's
go
not
ahead.
necessarily within Africa. And I work with podcasters across the continent. We don't have a content problem. We will never have a content problem.
There is content everywhere.
We've got a visibility problem. And I think, especially in a podcast context, we go put can be the best produced African podcast. You put on Apple Podcasts, you're just going to disappear. Because even if you're drawing people to your content, that algorithm is going to go, oh, you'll like this content more. Yeah. And that's our major problem.
Interesting. And coming back to you real quick, so this collaboration path that you've laid out, what are the challenges to us getting there? Why haven't we done this before? Are there things is it that people don't just want to work with each other? Is it that people don't want to talk to each other? What are those things that you see? I say, so maybe, and I'll ask the same question to you also, Pablo, maybe if we break down these challenges or these barriers, maybe we'll get somewhere.
I think it's twofold. I think one of the challenges is education in terms of the guy who holds the purse, right? Because as a filmmaker, if I go to a brand, they often say, can I see the script? And then what you read in the script, and then they go, well, if I give you this money, how do I measure it? How do I go back to my client? And sometimes it's a die-hard, okay? So the person goes, oh my God, there's so much blood, da, da, da. But what they don't understand is that my son, who watches Die Hard and loves Bruce Willis and whatever, the next thing he's going to say is, Mom, please go buy me that car that I saw in there. But I think as part of the other big challenge is that as Africans, and I'll speak specifically to South Africa, is that we like seeing it work somewhere else first, and then it's good enough for us. So it could come from here. It's like, look at the talent that we have. We've always had Thuso Mbedu, but now she's a celebrity because she's been on The Woman King, while she was here before, you know. So it's got to work in America for it to actually be cool for us, you know. It's got to work somewhere else. So we're not the guys that are creating our own celebrities, our own greatness, and selling it outward. We are waiting for the world to tell us that it's great before we start
That's not cool.
Celebrating it. Not cool.
Not cool. Pablo.
So in terms of collaboration, I think there's, because there's scarcity. There's only so many clients, there's only so many briefs, there's only so much data, there's only so many listeners, only so many viewers. And we're scared that if we collaborate and talk to the person next door, they're going to take all of that from me. Instead of understanding, well, we're probably better combining. So I see it with, you know, kind of both entities. In the alternate media context, we've pulled radio stations together, certainly the presenters, to create better campaigns and better experiences for listeners. On the Podcaster Guild side, we started very much for independent podcasters, but I think all the big networks have joined us right now, where they were all, oh, we'd never talk to each other, never work together. Now they're all in our space, and I think everyone understands, oh, you're actually not after my stuff, you're after the stuff that is broader out there. And I think in radio what they've understood is that we're not going to steal ad money from each other. We need to steal ad money from TV and from digital and other platforms, and the only way we're going to do it is by working together.
Well, if you go alone, as they said, if you go together, you go very far, right? And I think it's all well and good if we are saying we are not getting anywhere, but maybe if we work together a lot more, we'll get places together. So before I round off, does anybody has any comments to say to the folks or questions before you have a question? All right. I think I'm going to come to you because it seems like there is not a lot of microphone floating around.
Thanks. Is Monica still on the call?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay. Monica, I have a question for you, and then I have another one for Paulo. So with respect to newspaper advertisements at Nation Media. So a Global Media Alliance. Okay, so my name is Timothy. I work at Global Media Alliance in Ghana. Global Media Alliance is a media conglomerate. We have TV, radio, cinema, and in fact, we had newspaper, and then we had a football club. So in the past 20 years, we've done it all, and I call us a total media company because even with the radio, we have radio stations for the youth market, and we have radio stations for sports, radio stations for local market, before the TV, before the newspaper. But in the past 8 to 5 years now, we've had to change the models for the newspaper. Initially, we said we wanted to do the first ever weekend newspaper in the country, in Ghana. So we had a newspaper called Weekend Times, where we're focusing on content from the weekday and then focus on put it at the weekend. It got to a time it wasn't working because we weren't getting the advertisement because of cost. Then we changed, we collaborated with The Sun UK, The Sun Nigeria, and set up The Sun Ghana as well. But after 2 years, despite being popular, gaining their attention because of the digital platforms, we had to also let that go because if we wanted to expand, we needed to incur cost in distribution, whether by ourselves or outsourcing it. And that means that if you want to be part of top 2 or top 3 newspapers, you need to incur cost in distribution. But then that means that you can't also derive that revenue that will keep you sustaining. So we had to let the newspaper business, we had to exit that space. So, I mean, I'm surprised that Nation Media still has it. What unique skill are you using to attract advertisement to make sure that that line business still stays relevant? That is my question to Monica. But I have another one to Paulo. Should I go ahead? Okay, Paulo, you just mentioned that, and I think that was profound, that even if it's 300 audiences, are they coming and are they staying? Is that your unique audience that you control? What we've experienced in the past is that in Ghana, the ad agencies, when they are buying media, when they are buying airtime for companies, especially the multinationals, of course, data is very important. So they say, we are relying on the data from Ipsos or Jopo, and they just want to do top 2 or top 3. So they pick the data, and whichever stations are top 2, top 3, that's what they are going. Because in Ghana, in Accra alone, that's the capital city, we have 69 radio stations. So there are a lot of radio stations in the capital and even across the country. So they just do top 2 per the data. Now, what we've seen is that if you just take top 2 or top 3 generic audience numbers without drilling down into what content are they serving, it doesn't really help. And from our perspective, for our youth platform, we've had the opportunity of going to clients and going to ad agencies and debating as to why it's an error to put this ad on this platform just because they are top 2. Our youth platform may be part of the number 6 across the country. However, this product that you are selling, it is best situated here, especially with the banks and insurance companies, because the perception is that, the young people in the universities do not have disposable income to open the bank account and get the loans and buy insurance for cars and homes. But you are running digital products, like digital banking and all these things, and data shows that the youth is more conversant with digital. So these are some of the challenges we face, because some of our channels are not part of top 2, and the ad agencies is top 2 or top 3, because I need to prove to the client that this is how I spent the money. So I don't know how you relate to such examples and how you're able to explain to your clients to fragment their spend. Thank you.
Do you want to? Monica, do you?
Okay.
Let
I can
Monica
go first. Do you want me to go first?
Yes, please, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Okay. So maybe just a bit of background in context. The Nation Media Group really was formed as a print-first business. And so for very many years, the bulk of our revenues has come from print. And across our markets, our print products are the #1 products. So this favored us staying with newspapers for very long. But the disruption of the last 3 to 4 years has meant that we are having to relook at how we do business in regards to us being a print-first business. And our strategy that was developed about 2 years ago is a digital-first business, but downstream, we feed our print business. However, the bulk of our revenues in 2024 are still coming from print for various reasons. One, because again, we are a #1 product, we find that a lot of older businesses or older people still put advertising on newspaper. Secondly, there are statutory requirements by government for banks, for insurance companies, for auctioneers to use newspaper to serve or to put information, particular information in the newspapers. However, as a business, we are seized to the fact that we have to move our business model into a digital-first business model, and that's why I made reference to paywalls and data walls. So for example, we do have a subscription business for our niche product, which is called Business Daily. It's specific to business, economy, and all that type of content. And with that, we have a paywall. And then we have what we call our Nation.Africa product, which is a subscription-based product. So we do have a premium and a freemium where you can then get some free content for some time, and then you have to pay. Now, the thing is, we're in the process of migrating our products and a lot of creation of new products that are digital-first products so that we can be able to realize what we call our North Star, which is that by 2027, over 50% of our revenues should be digital first. And that is something we're having to do day to day, big challenge, but it's not lost to us in terms of how audiences have changed. But what we are trying to say is we are keeping our print business going without necessarily doing too much there. But like you said, it has heavy costs, some of which you don't have a choice but to incur. But what we are doing is then very consciously walking the path towards digital-first products as it would be. I hope that answers your question.
That answers your question. Awesome. Thank you, Monica. Now to you, sir.
Timothy, right? Thanks for the question, and nice meeting you. I think, and I've heard it said a few times today, the #1 and #2 station by numbers are more likely to be the #1 and #2 station by presence, right? And they've got the big advertising budgets and they've got prominence. And more than likely, when you sit in a boardroom or the person making the decision is, oh, I've heard of those two stations, where they wouldn't have heard of the youth station, maybe not. So I think before you can get into a case study space, use your most powerful asset in a radio station, which is your presenters. Get your presenters, because you're not going to have the marketing budget of number 1 and 2. That's why they're 1 and 2. Get your presenters in rooms with people. And I think a lot of radio stations neglect how cool it is.
You mean they should go to the presentations, the boardrooms with their presenters?
100%. Get them in. When you're doing a pitch, when you're doing a meeting, take your presenters with you, because that's the energy of the radio station. And then that way you can slowly start converting. Once you get your 1 or 2 case studies, put that everywhere. Brag about it constantly. Show everyone. Put it in every publication, because then you're raising your presence. But I always think with the radio station, yeah, listen, presenters are like, they are lovely. I love them to death, but they are tricky people to work with. But they are so charismatic. They're so powerful. I think they're your biggest sales tool. So if you're really trying to get their attention and try to bypass that bias that people have, put a real person in front of them and they go, okay, cool, I dig that person. And then once you convert them into a sale, brag about it constantly.
You happy? Awesome. Now we're going to start rounding off. I've been told like 15 minutes ago that the time is up, but I refuse to go time up. Now we're going to wrap up. Now, Monica, if I start with you, just your closing statement, your takeaway from this session, and then I will come to the guys that are here. Tepiso, you go afterwards, and then we'll let the gentleman be the last person in the house. Monica.
Thank you very much, and it's been quite enlightening to listen to everybody in the room and also the questions that were asked. I think to just pick up on something that the last speaker spoke to is I think there also needs to happen an unlearning in media agencies. As much as media, those of us running media houses and those of us creating content are going through this disruption that the audiences are taking us through, I think there's an unlearning that needs to happen in agencies, particularly because of this whole issue of audiences are now asking for niche content. They're asking to be built into smaller communities. There's no longer this whole thing about mass, that I'm just a mass brand. It's more about who are you attracting, how engaged are they? And so when you look at influencers, you're not looking at I'm an influencer with 1 million or I'm a media house with 1 million people. But you're looking at, of the 1 million, how many of you are constantly engaging with my brand, and therefore when advertisers sit on my brand, you're able to convert. I think as a takeaway for me is the other thing that we need to do as media is to let go of this thing that we have held on for so long, that we knew what our audiences wanted. And there exists very many ways to find out what our audiences want. But not only must we find out what they want, but we must also be willing to create what they want and also be nimble enough that if it doesn't work, then we drop it. Because the other thing is we hold on for too long. And by the time we hold on for too long, we've sunk so much money that then you're having to go into losses. And when you try to convince someone else that this is something else the audience may want, then you don't have that opportunity because you're then being judged by your last failure. So the other thing for me is as we look at data, we look at the analytics and the insights it provides, is we must also become more agile than we have ever been before in terms of our response, but also in terms of experimenting and accepting that some things may not work, but the level to which we're experimenting shouldn't be costly to the business, because then when we go back to ask for money, it will be difficult for anybody to trust that how we are going about our experimentation will be beneficial to the business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wise words. Wise words. Thank you very much, Monica. Tepiso, your final takeaway?
Yeah, I fully agree with Monica. I think, you know, in the South African banking system, there's a thing called KYC, know your customer, and you've got to constantly give them data and update your data for them to continuously know you. And I think we should have the same practice in our industries, the know your customer. And we have two customers in mind. One is the guy who's watching our content. The other guy is the guy who we're asking money from. And I'll give you an example. We recently wanted to ask a brand, and we knew that you know, when we go to the media agency, we're asking them to give us a portion of their portion. But if we went to the big guy might increase the media agency's portion to give us a little bit of our portion. And we knew that this particular client really loved a particular show, an American show, and it just so happened that the lead actor was in the country, was in town, we knew him, and we had the people in our boardroom, to your point of saying, bring your radio presenters into the room. We suddenly had this American actor just walking past the boardroom, and the client went, "Is that?" And we said, "Oh, yeah, we're just busy with him or something." And the check was signed. Know your customer.
Fantastic.
Who that actor is. So I found it quite interesting to talk about data in context of radio, because as important as it is, I'm a radio programmer at heart, and I believe so much in following your gut. And I think it's Colin Powell that says if you're getting 70% of the information, you're not going to make a decision. Less than 40%, you're making a bad decision. And it's about finding that balance between taking the science and the data that lives there, but at the end of the day, we're all creators and producers and professionals who got to a point by following our gut to a degree. So I think we mustn't always, you know, don't be paralyzed by the numbers. They are an enabler. But at the end of it, just like something's going to feel right because it feels right. And, you know, don't let the numbers completely rule what you're doing. Or else we're going to start losing the magic of broadcast media. And the magic of broadcast media is making people viewing it, making them dream. And if people dream, they buy stuff from your clients. So I think it's about ultimately just going like, let me just listen to my gut more often than not. The numbers are going to influence that eventually. But at the end of the day, there's something here that tells you this is the right thing to do for my audience.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please appreciate our panelists? I have Monica from Kenya, Paulo here with us, Ultimate Media, and Tepiso as well from Independent Producer Organization, as they have it here, but non-associates, more like, right? Thank you. Do we have the picture take, the photographer? Oh, no, we have you. Come on, let's just take a group photograph. Are we supposed to smile, you said? Monica, you're on, right? There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please appreciate them again? Thank you. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. It's way past lunchtime now. It's 1:30. Let's break out for a lunch for 45 minutes. Sorry about that. We'll come back at 2:15. When we come back, we should listen to Gail Shimel, the CEO of Advertising Regulatory Board of South Africa first, and then we'll have a couple more panel discussion to round off the day. So I'll see you at 2:15, right? Enjoy your lunch. Sorry, guys, I didn't announce. I should have announced. Lunch is in that room there next to you, please. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, testing 1, 2. Hey, hey, oh, testing 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Hey, 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 oh, ho. Hey, 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 oh, ho, ho. Hey, hey, hey. Testing 1, 2. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, yep. It's up. You know, nyaka fella volume, but it's
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Thank you.